morning, everybody. We're back for day 2 of the 3-day wildlife painting workshop, which is Birds and Botanicals. And today we're going to be painting a male goldfinch in purple thistle. Again, complementary colors, so we're getting ready to have some fun. So I hope that you guys are here. I know Joy Lynn's already tuned in. So I hope we've got some more folks jumping on the live stream. I've tried to post everything to all social media so everybody will know to join our live stream today. So I hope you're here. Thanks for being here. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm hoping everybody slept well last night, is like pumped and ready to start something new since we just got comfortable, right? We just got comfortable with the indigo bunting, and now we're jumping into a new painting, which is the goldfinch. So I didn't start with a brand new palette. I just scraped a hole in the middle of the one I had from yesterday because I had some viable paint still and I didn't want to waste it. So I will be starting to squirt out my colors. Now, hopefully you have your different references to work from. You remember, and I'm really glad to see, thank you Joanne for making copies of the painting reference. Excuse me, because I know a lot of people had different colors, and it was interesting even how it was reproduced on some of their devices even looked a little off. So thank you so much for making copies. And again, I've got my painting perched very close to me because this one is a little bit more further off than the references, meaning I picked thistle. I took thistle photographs on walks with Singer just so I'd have thistle pictures. So you have the thistle photographic references. You'll see that it doesn't necessarily follow the exact composition that we laid out for this particular painting. So this is where you start letting that artistic aspect of your mind kick in, take references and reconfigure a nice composition. So I still will be going off of my painting, but know that the painting was done off of all the same references that you have. I just pieced it together the way I wanted it to look. So you've got your goldfinch reference as well. Hopefully your colors are true. You can always come up here at any time and look at the painting, or come up here, look at my palette, look at my painting, and so you can always just cross your own, look at your color mixture compared to my color mixture. Of course, I will call it out. But when I say, well, I'm using a little titanium white and a little bit of, just a drop of cadmium yellow in the mixture, my drop and smudge may be different than your drop and smudge. So, it doesn't hurt my feelings for you to come up here, take a look. Also, I guess if you're tuning into the live stream, here's something, just a little tidbit. This camera that we're using for the live stream that you guys don't see on the monitor, if you choose to use the live stream, as I say, if you turn the volume down on that one for me for just a second, there. You can turn the sound down and watch the live stream on your devices, your phone or whatever, and you'll even get better close-up pictures of what I'm working on. We watched the live stream from yesterday last night. The video's already out. What's really interesting, because this is a new camera for us, so we weren't really sure how everything was going to work, and this thing zooms in so tight on the actual painting that you may find that to be a real bonus for you while we're working. So if you feel like you need to and you have your device, tune in on the live stream, and you'll be able to see all the close-ups. That's what we discovered last night. So we know that for our next workshop, we're going to have another monitor as well, and we're going to have another camera and use this camera on our monitors. So we're figuring it out as we go with all of our live streams as we keep progressing with this. So yeah, check. If you don't care, you can go ahead and pull it up on your devices and you can watch this even closer. So here we are, and we're gonna get started. Did anybody have any questions before I jump in? We're good, we're excited, we're pumped, everybody slept well? Yeah?
Yeah.
You were exhausted though?
Yes.
Yeah. Generally this, painting is hard work. It is hard work. On this piece, I am actually going to start with the sky. Now, I'm going to take this down. Matt asked me to take this off earlier since this serves no purpose. We're going to start with the sky. Now, if you look at the sky on the painting, and if you look at any sky really, it's always a gradation of color. It's never one flat color. So even if you look outside this window and you look high and then you look to the horizon line, it's always lighter at the horizon line. And I did that also in the painting. It's very subtle, but it starts off very intensely blue at the top, and as you work your way to the bottom, it's much lighter. And it's even at different degrees of color temperature. So it gets a little warmer towards the horizon line. It's usually very cool, and that's why this is an opportunity for you to make this piece your own as far as experimenting with doing sky gradation. I usually start on my top of my painting with a cooler color like ultramarine blue, or I use the ultramarine blue. I may even mix Payne's gray. I always start a little darker and more intense at the top. And then I might go to a cobalt blue, which is very neutral, and then go towards more of a cerulean and white towards the horizon line. So it's cool on the top, gets warmer at the bottom, and actually decreases in value too. So that's just kind of for blue sky. Obviously it changes if you're doing a sunset or a sunrise or, storms coming, skies change. But if you're just looking at a blue sky like we have in the background of this painting, we're going to do a gradation in color and temperature. So that's where we're going to start. I'm going to give you some more paint because you're going to have some more paint here. And I'm not even using my iPad yet.
So to put out our blues, what color should we put out if we're starting with the new panel?
If you're starting, you want to have ultramarine blue, if you have cerulean blue, and titanium white for your sky.
Did you say cobalt also?
You can use cobalt as well. That's usually your mid-tone. And you can use that with titanium white. You'll be all right. Now I have, I know I had gotten cerulean from somebody. I may have used it. I'm just putting a little bit out here. I mean, I can always use something else. It's okay. I think I'll probably go with, since I don't have cerulean, and I know I can borrow some, and I appreciate that, but I have so many other colors that would work, so I'm good. Titanium white. I want clean titanium white. Because I've got a lot of dirty white from yesterday, but I don't need that color. I need the cleaner colors. And then finally my titanium white. See, normally I've been keeping my, there it is. Been keeping my colors well organized, but I kind of got unorganized. I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. I try to keep those in that. I usually try to keep my blues in one section, but it's all over the place. There's my ivory black. Okay. So, and I'm already getting paint on me. Doesn't take me long to get painty. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a palette knife because I'm going to try to keep things clean. I'm going to take some titanium white, a little bit of ultramarine blue, and it's going to be mostly the blue, okay? I want it to be intense. I'm going to use a little bit more. Now your colors don't have to be exactly like mine. This is just me playing. And you guys got to play too. You might have to decide how intense you want your sky to look. So I'm just kind of mixing up some color here. And I'm going to use this. And I'm going to take a nice fluffy brush. In this case, I'm taking a number 10 ivory long filbert. I'm gonna always dip my brush in just a little bit of oil. And I'm starting up at the top. And it's really hard for me to see my pictures that I went light on my transfer here. And again, you'll want to mix enough that you can really get the coverage, because remember, you are working with a slicker substrate.
Really wants to know what size canvas we're
We are working off of a 9 by 12 masonite smooth panel. And I'm going up to where I think that thistle is going to be, and really, to be honest with you, it's very hard for me to see my sketch. So I'm kind of looking at my, so you can see it's just kind of going on. I hear a lot of brushes like moving, but that must mean that they're not on the on your substrate. Just curious. Okay, I'm just kind of popping that down. So I have that very intensely dark blue top to this already.
That was ultra and white.
That's ultramarine blue and a little bit of white. And you know, I pretty much used it all up, just right there on that first pass. And I'm going to switch to going, I'm going to use, instead of cerulean, I'm going to use the phthalo and white as my second pass. Where I want it to be in the mid-level. You could use cobalt. I have cobalt. I'm going to mix a little cobalt in there with it. Again, remember, it's just a mixture. You just want it to be a little bit, I can't see, that's the problem. And I'm going to mix a little white in that. So this is more like the cobalt and phthalo blue and white mixture. Again, the concept here is that you're going to start getting lighter as you get closer to the horizon, and a little bit warmer too. So I'm grabbing the phthalo blue and white mixture by Michael Harding, and guess what I can do? If it's not warm enough, like a cerulean, like I'd like, I'm going to just take just a tiny hint of, barely a brush of it, of a little bit of the yellow lake, the lighter yellow lake from yesterday. It just is enough to warm it up on the bottom. So you can see I used a little bit more white. I'm trying to see my sketch and I can't. Just get it in there. And I know that I'm going to be putting a lot of other plant stuff in here. So I'm not going to get really intense with my amount of paint towards the bottom here. But since I've got this paint on the brush, and it looks kind of goopy right now, I'm just going to move it up, just like that, up into the darker color that I started with, the darker, cooler color that I started with.
Everyone wants to know, is a 9 by 12 a good overall average size for animal portraits and smaller animals like birds?
I was told once by an artist, a very big professional artist at the time, it still is, there used to be a rule of thumb, never paint larger than life. Now, I don't really think that's true, but you know, how am I to argue with this particular artist? He would, so if I'm doing a small dog, like a really small dog, and they want a whole body portrait of it, I can start with an 8 by 10 for a small dog portrait, a small dog. But I wouldn't want to do a full body small portrait, a dog portrait of a large dog on an 8 by 10. You're just not going to get all the detail that you need. So of course I go larger. So 9 by 12 is a nice standard size substrate to work off of, but more for, in my opinion, more for small landscapes and small animals. And I usually go larger, so if that makes sense. I mean, I'll do it because it's a marketable size. People can afford this size too, a little bit more. So I hope that answered your question. Now I've got that down, but I'm going to take a brush, nice soft brush, and if I'm trying to blend a little bit, and it's funny, there's one of my big brushes that I almost always have. Didn't bring that one, but this is just this happens to be a very soft badger hair brush, and I'm just going to knock down the edges of, so you often will see all the brush strokes, and I'm trying to get rid of that. So I can't really see my sketch very well. I hope I am leaving myself room to get these thistle in. Now I think y'all are gonna find this one a little bit easier to manage. I could be wrong. This could be the hardest one you've ever done. But I really don't think so. Because the composition is a little bit simpler, the plant life is a little bit simpler, and I think you're gonna be find this to be easy. This is gonna be a nice break. And I'm just trying to, and even if I'm going in towards where I know that the thistle's gonna be, I'm kind of softening it up a little bit. And if I need to, I may wipe this brush off and add just a little bit of oil, not even adding any paint, just a little bit of oil on my brush, and I'm still smoothing stuff out.
Should we be going in one direction with the brushes or just kind of?
I go in the direction that is making the lines go away.
Okay, yeah.
So you can, if you're looking at what I'm doing, I am swishing my brush around, but I'm just trying to get the lines out. You'll see that because of the shine of wet paint, sometimes you'll find a more pleasing direction to go with your strokes based on where the light source is. Like right here, I've got a lot of light coming in on my right. So I do see the strokes a little bit more. But if you just kind of blend it and just use a very soft hand, gentle hand on this, you'll have a lot of those little lines and stuff go away. And remember, this is our first pass, but you kind of want this part to be, you don't want to have to keep coming back and adding more color. So if you can get enough paint down on the first time, soften it out a little bit, hopefully you won't have to try to color match and do this again. Now, there's going to be a lot of negative space in between this that you'll get in, but if you really look at my painting, you're going to see that some of my greens have even bled into my sky, which is fine. I think that's kind of fun artistic aspect of painting. So. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good, just getting that down.
That's so streaky. Yeah, mine is.
Use a lighter hand, just a little bit lighter hand, less oil, if you're getting too many streaks. And I'm just keep working it down a little bit more because I see other little lines. But you can see almost like using a cross-hatching stroke because I'm trying to get all my colors blended and keep it really soft. Like I said, you may end up, I'm going to actually use my brush on its intended purpose here. I was a little light with some of the paint here. Okay. So basically, this is just a gentle, almost like an ombre thing going on here. I am going to throw this out because I'm getting more blue paint on me than on my canvas. She stepped away. And y'all, I did bring some Dawn dish detergent. I meant to bring some Murphy soap, but I forgot it at the studio. So how's everybody doing with the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah? I'm gonna walk around just for a second and let's take a look. Okay. You'll want to make sure that your colors are consistent before you put it down. So what you're gonna wanna do is just take a soft brush, which is because you've got all these spaces. I haven't, I'm just gonna make mine go into that space. Your drawing's a lot better than mine, so you've got it down. But where you've got colors going every which way, you're gonna use a nice soft clean brush and you can smooth that out, okay? So let's see how you're doing. Okay, and you'll need to do the same thing too. Is just take a soft brush and knock down all the streaks, and that will help you. Your softest brush, what do you have in here? I'm not sure what your softest brush is going to be. They're all pretty much the... Okay, everybody's, you're doing it right. Yeah, that's too small though, but that is your softest brush. Because I didn't bring my good brush either. So you got to put more paint on it. It's just it's not enough paint, so it's gonna knock off. It's gonna come off of it on your. So you want to add a little bit more paint. It'll make it easier to get the streaks out. Okay, that's the right idea. You got it.
I don't have a soft brush.
You know, it's weird.
Streaky. I have,
They're all do have soft brush.
like, inexpensive or welcome to whatever's in that.
See,
Thank you.
you see this? Just kind of pour it down, but you just got to have a little bit more paint on it. But this will be the one that knocks it down for you. This is the one I meant to bring today, but I'm working a different one. Yeah, and you got it. That's the idea.
How close should we get to the thistle?
Well, I kind of, like I said, this is so different than the way I work. I can't even see where my thistles are. You're okay. You'll just want to keep the cleanest edge around the tops of your thistle, but you're going to be working it from every direction, so you're fine.
I don't need to work the blue closer in.
Well, you probably will. The thing is, you're going to be working both sides of the fence once we just needed to get this
Oh,
down.
okay. So
But you'll want to blend,
don't worry about that. No.
no, because you'll be mixing enough color because you've got to get all in these little spaces. Yeah, just add more paint. Add more paint.
Okay, thanks.
And lighter hand. And yeah, you have a nice little mop, which is good for blending. Yeah. Okay, good. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to put some more paint down, girl. Oopsie, I did that this time, Matt. Huh?
Is this good money?
Yes, that's a really good brush.
I'm with it. I think we're using the same
If
thing.
anybody wants
Yep,
to-
that's the idea. You'll just want to use your softest brush to get all your.
I need to borrow someone's soft brush.
You've got a soft brush. This one's pretty soft. But yeah, the bigger the better. I forgot my big soft brush.
Thank you, though, darling. I like the other
Okay.
Yeah.
I think my issue is I've got too much oil going on,
Now I know.
so.
Okay. All right.
We're doing all the little cuttings now too? Like-
No. Just get your basic sky in. Now you know where your different values are. We're gonna start on getting some of the thistle in because you're gonna almost have to work both sides. Keep your blues clean. Whatever you mixed for your sky, try to keep them clean so you can always return to them. We're gonna start laying down the plant life and the thistle, okay? So I'm gonna talk about what colors I'm gonna put down. And I'm using Michael Harding's magenta. I'm putting it down. I didn't scrape my palette off completely as I knew I still had some of these colors that I'd probably be using on this one. So I just kind of made a hole in the middle of my canvas, on my palette. I'm looking for a nice cool red.
Should we do, can we do quinacridone for that?
Yes, you can use quinacridone for that. That's your coolish pinky color.
How about a Brazilian crimson?
You will want to use your alizarin crimson for some of the deeper internal sections. If you've got dioxazine purple, and or some people have different kind of violets. You'll need some purpley colors. It's more purpley than alizarin, but you've got alizarin.
Do you need botanical?
I don't have anything.
All right, I'm gonna put some,
I got magenta.
this is Michael, you'll see this, you'll try that one.
Okay.
I've got Michael Hardy magenta, is that what?
Yep, that's what I used.
I've got magenta.
Sugar skies for today.
And I'm gonna put, make these. So make sure you have a, like either like dioxazine purple. I happen to have manganese violet. You need a kind of a bluey purple color, and you need a pinky, intense pinky color. So if you've got the magenta or quinacridone or something like that, you're gonna have your cooler pinky colors. You can put a little pale violet down. We may use that for some of the lighter aspects of the actual thistle. So that might be a good color.
Do you want that?
I'm also going to start putting down a little bit more greens. If you have your Caribbean turquoise, that's a fun color.
What color?
Caribbean turquoise if you have it. I'm actually looking at my, let's see here. You got your cobalt chromite green. That's your nice opaque green. If you got some sap green,
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm still on the sky.
okay. You're going to be working on the sky more than just what you're doing right now. You're going to return to it. I just wanted to get a base down.
Well, Jerry has the best brush to smooth the sky on the planet. This thing is great.
Let's see, is that here's my Caribbean turquoise.
Boy, that's a little different.
My mom, she said, take this.
I want to talk a little bit about what you see when you look at the thistle. The thistle plant. It's actually very much cool greens, right? Permanent bright green. I am looking for all kinds of good greens. Where's my sap?
Well, yeah, and what else?
Focus green.
Caribbean and turquoise.
How we doing? Are you finding what you need?
Yeah.
Okay.
So can you tell us what's on your palette now?
Right. I was looking for more of my sap green and I didn't see it, but I've got,
I actually have some sap.
okay, I may borrow some sap. You're gonna need to have ivory black down.
I've got a huge tube of that.
Okay, awesome.
You're welcome.
You'll need to have ivory black. You'll need to have your Caribbean turquoise, cobalt chromite green, sap green, raw umber. I'm refreshing my palette. I still had some raw umber and some sap from yesterday, but not enough sap.
You all need sap.
I'll take some of your sap because I know you have Winsor Newton sap.
I do.
And that's the sap. That's the sap I like. Thank you, sweetie. I do have preferences on certain colors. I happen to think that. There we go. Thank you so much.
Anyone else need sap?
I got sap.
Oh, is it you?
I got sap. I need turquoise and the other here.
Here, Paula.
Here's the Caribbean.
This is so nice. Everybody's so generous.
I know. See, isn't that the best part? That's like the best part.
See, last time I was mixing couples colors and everyone was just, oh, I love
everybody had them and everybody shared it. It's kind of nice like that.
Because why not, right?
That's right.
I'm sorry, Bert
We're-
Sienna, did you say?
You can put some burnt sienna down. You're gonna need that, but I like raw umber or some type of, and the burnt sienna is actually a really good one to add to greens because of the redness of burnt sienna. It tends to bring the greens down just a little bit, makes them a bit more earthy.
Okay.
Raw. Is it raw? Yeah, raw umber. Yeah. Yeah, raw.
Now, I gave you guys all some different references of thistle, okay? Those are the references that I actually worked from to make the thistle for this painting. Although it's not necessarily going to match the shapes that you see on the drawing that you've done for the painting, because I just use them oftentimes for kind of get a color or structure. So you are welcome to use your painting reference, the reference of the painting for this if it helps you. But part of the artistic process is learning how to see things and create the things based on the color or the form. And that's what I do when I'm doing my paintings. So the references are just like, okay, I need to look at what a thistle leaf looks like. And then once I kind of understand how the leaf looks, I'll take a leaf and twist it and do all kinds of fun stuff to it that may not be present in the actual reference. So, because you're not always going to find the references that you think you need from looking through photos until you find it. So this is where understanding some of the structure of whether it's the plant, the animal, or whatever you're actually painting, so you can give it your own twist on whatever it is that you're painting. So like with the thistle, I was playing with leaves, I was just making stuff up. But I had a reference of a thistle so I understood what it looked like. Did that make sense? That was a whole mouthful of stuff coming right out of my mouth. That was a whole mouthful of stuff. Let's see what I got here. So I put up a reference of a thistle. I'm cleaning off my brush just a little bit. Now, I have my brushes from yesterday that I did not use. These smaller brushes. I think I have it clean. Okay. Organizing myself just a wee bit. So this is this and this. Okay. Now, you look at how the inside of a thistle may look. If you're looking at the reference that has this particular thistle flower, do you see the one I have on my, I know you guys have a copy of it too. If you think about it for a second, the way the light is hitting it from the top, you're going to have a cool bottom edge to that bright pink part, okay? It's your darker value. And I look at that and I do see the criticodone, probably, believe it or not, you can probably even add a little ivory black. If you have a nice little palette knife, take a little of the criticodone, just for giggles here.
What is it?
If you have magenta, use your magenta.
Okay.
You have criticodone. And I just am taking like a speck. I'm talking about a speck of black, ivory black. Okay. And when we're talking speckage, we're talking tiny, like barely even paint. And the reason I'm doing that, because I want a darker purpley undertone to some of this. Now I can take that same color and add titanium white. I'm going to get a much brighter, it's funny how you can take the same color and get completely different colors. So basically I just created a tint and a shade, even though the shade is just a speck of ivory black. Okay. Now you may see some like a little bit of purpley edges. I mean, I can look at my painting reference and you know what, sometimes I like the challenge of trying to do it just a wee bit better than the first time I did it. And if you have a dioxazine purple, or any type of purpley color. An actual purple that's a little bit, tends to be a little bit bluer.
How much do you add?
Depends. I'm looking at my reference, and I'm putting it off to the side. I'm mixing other colors. I'm not mixing it in with the color I just mixed.
So you're making a bunch of different shades and tones of the same.
I'm making tints and shades.
Okay.
Mostly, I've only got one shade, and that was the magenta or quinacridone with just, I mean, like a speck of ivory black.
Okay.
Okay, and then I took the same quinacridone or magenta and mixed titanium white, and that got the very light tint, or and you can tint it up even more and add more titanium white, so you can have different values of it. And then I took my purple, whether you're using dioxazine purple or the manganese violet, but the cooler, bluer purples, not the pinky purples. I actually did 2 different tints of that.
With the white.
A tint is always with the titanium white, yes. Okay. I'm gonna give it a little sip, and I'm gonna go in and just make my first flower. Now I can't really see my sketch very well. I didn't go very dark, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, if you've got kind of like either a frayed brush or a brush that's just not your best brush anymore. Maybe it was a good brush once and it's okay now, but it's like, I have a particular filbert that's in my hand right now. It's still a great brush, but it doesn't keep that sharp edge anymore. This is where you can use it for fun stuff, like creating that edgy, fuzzy weirdness that you get on this flower. So I'm dipping my brush. I happen to be going in with a number 4 Eclipse long filbert, and I'm going in with my lightest tint that I made of the magenta. So it's the magenta and titanium white. And if you can see, can you see it on? Yeah, it's not a pale pink. This is what it looks like. Can you see on my brush? It's not like a whitey white pink. It still has the magenta, you know, the integrity of the actual color. And I'm just gonna kind of suggest, and I'm just going in on the middle of this flower, and I'm going up in the direction that, and the funny thing is, as it gets up to that, don't bring it back into your, it's kind of serendipitous. It's kind of blending really cool into my sky, and I'm digging it. And I'm not going to change it. But don't bring that blue back into your pink. Do not do it. All right, so I just kind of put some pink down. I keep picking up paint all over me, and I'm not even knowing how I'm doing it. Can I borrow some paper towels?
Oh, sure.
I'm grabbing some of this. I keep getting pink. I know I'm gonna have it all over me before the day's out. Did everybody go home with paint all over themselves?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you find any, like, how did I get it right there? Now, how on earth did that happen? Okay. Now I'm taking a little bit more titanium white, and I can tell you I'll be cleaning my brushes off. And I may just go a little bit on the inside, and I don't like it. It's not doing what I want it to do. It's just kind of, there we go. You gotta use enough paint, folks. You gotta use enough paint. Okay. Sorry, Matt. I'm cleaning my brush off. I'm gonna get, you remember that shade that we did? The magenta? I'm gonna go at the base of this. Just going up on my stroke, okay? That is your shade of your magenta, and it's very dark.
Substrate.
Are you having trouble with the substrate?
I don't like it.
It's just not for you.
It's very streaky and it's just, I like the other side better.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, so you both did one on a smooth side and one on the toothier side. Gotcha. Mine is, I did both of them on the smooth side on mine. I'm cleaning my brush off real well, getting all the pink out, and I want to try to do the base of this thistle thing. If you look at it as if it were kind of an egg shape or this weird little ball, you know, oval, it's actually very cool at the bottom, a little warmer cool. It's a little bit warmer on the top of it. Now, this is where your beautiful, I'm going to actually use a different brush. This is where the very nice chromite comes in. I'm going to take a little bit of the chromite, add a little bit of raw umber, and just maybe a tiny smidge of ultramarine. Now, again, you've got the opacity of the chromite. And I'm going to go in, and I wish I could actually see what I've done here. I'm just going to make my own up. Even though I'm going to bring it all the way up to that right underneath this. There. And it looks kind of weird, but at least I know I have the coverage. So,
And what did you use again, chromite?
I used the chromite, the cobalt chromite, a little bit of raw umber,
Okay.
and just a dab of ultramarine blue.
Suzanne, what did you do on the bottom part of the pink part? Was that for?
That's where I used your shade. Remember, we made the shade of the magenta with just a little bit of black.
Thank you.
So I have a nice clean brush, and and it's a smaller one. It's a number 1 rosemary, and so I know I have to add some of this blue in on the sides. So I'm going in with this little brush. Got my little bit of cobalt there, and I'm just kind of, you know, looking at my Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, I wish.
On of getting the blue in the paint.
Well, that's why you take the upstroke, but make sure if you've got on the upstroke, you pick up some of the blue paint, clean your brush off. You might have to wipe it all the time. Remember, I'm a wiper. And since I've got that, if you look, the bird is on this plant's stem. And I'm trying to see where I had it. I'm going to, remember we talked about how having place markers. I am going to kind of get my shapes in here. Of course, I'm going to be going a lot more intense with my colors later, but I just need to see my shapes. And there's all kinds of leaves and stuff in here and other flowers. So just kind of get an idea where I'm at.
So I'm sorry, for that green part, you said the chromium, cobalt chromium.
Cobalt chromium.
And a little bit of ultramarine.
I use a little bit of ultramarine blue and raw umber to get that dark, earthy color. Remember, we are going to change that around, but we just need to get our shapes. And again, I'm trying to get my place markers in.
I think that's helpful on the substrate too. Like, no matter how messy the first layer is, the second layer seems to go down on the board nicer.
Yeah, I agree. You're right.
It's got something to grab onto.
It
Right.
does. And remember, you know, we revisit this one again tomorrow when we finish it up. I'm taking the second little unopened thistle that's behind this one. I'm adding a little ivory black to it, remember? Because it's behind the other one. So I'm going to grab a little bit of sap green and titanium white and go right in front of this. So I'm cutting off part of that stem just so I can see where it's going to go. It may not have that much to it. It may just have a little tiny bit of pink to it, and I'm going to do it just for the heck of it. I cleaned my brush. So right here I have, and I can see there's like a little pink, but I'm going to suggest that that's behind everything, and I'm not going. You're welcome to always come up and take a look if you need to. I'm going to go in here, and I can tell you that I was a little bit too much with my sky, so I'm taking some of this off. So I'm using my brush, cleaning it off, dipping it in paint thinner, cleaning off a space for this other flower.
Yeah, we'll give you some place squeeze that.
See how I'm just cleaning it off. It's coming right off. Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's just
So if I kind of created that little space in there. Just like that. Now I'm going to do the same thing I did with the first one. Going in with my kind of really fun first tint of magenta. A tint being magenta and white. Then I'm cleaning my brush a lot because I'm moving it through this and it's picking up some of the blue, but that's okay because it actually looks good there. I'm just kind of leaving it. But I wipe my brush a lot as I move that up into that color. Don't worry, you're going to be adding a lot more color to this. Remember, you can also watch this on your phone a little bit. If you don't want to come up and actually get up to look, your devices may have it so you can see it better too. Now I'm taking a little bit more of the lightest light first, where we had the first tint. I'm taking a second tint or the lighter value of that same tint of the magenta. And going up closer to the top or center. Then I'm wiping my brush, adding more of the magenta. But you see, I'm going up in the direction that the little flower actually grows. And remember, we made the first shade of magenta. I'm going back into the inside part of this with the shade, or the magenta with just a little bit of ivory black in it. Just like that. Then I'm going to blend just that little bit into the, there we go. All right, is everybody doing okay? Are you able to follow along okay?
just wave a kind of.
Okay, do I need to take a stop and walk around a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm first going to do this. I'm going to take a little bit of the Caribbean turquoise and ivory black and put it in behind this bird. Remember, I'm always looking for a contrast. So I'm going in dark here first because I will be doing other things to this, but I like this color. Clean that off, got a little too much on there. Remember, if you get into where you have to like mix your blue in, go in with a clean brush so you don't dirty it up, because that will happen. I'm going in with my little bit here. Just cleaning up my edges. I'm going to come around here and take a look and see where everybody's at. I'm going to clean that up first here. So if I have that in, I'll use my little soft brush. Okay, I'm gonna take a look around, see how it's doing. I'm gonna start on this end this time. But that's the idea. But let your hand be a little bit looser. You don't want to make it look like a mushroom top. You want it to have a little fuzzy frayed edge, just like
I
that.
did that because I keep putting blue into it.
Right.
So I did this to put color.
But let me show you easy peasy. First, you're gonna want to use a bigger brush. Let's see what brushes you got. Yeah, you got some good ones here. Some really good ones. I said sometimes it's even easier if you have like one that's not so good anymore.
No, that's not very
Yeah, okay, but let's go with this one because it's kind of big. So if you're going in with your, do you have a palette knife?
yes.
You're gonna always want to make enough of the color so that you can really, really go to town. So if this is your color, your first tint, okay? This is a really pretty color, by the way. What are you using? Are you using quinacridone or is this the Michael Harding?
This is magenta, it's actually Holland.
Okay, well, Ohala is even, that's a really good paint. Okay, so if you go in here like this with enough paint, and you're going in here, so go right up to it, but don't go through it, okay? Now I've put the paint down, okay? But now that the paint's down, I can go up to the edge without going through what I just put down and just do like this, but then when I start picking up the blue, you white. And then you go in and you, just like that, and then you white. That's how you get that edge. Okay, so you want to kind of make those a little bit fuzzy. Okay, you good? You got this. Right, that's the idea. That is the idea, and I'm glad you have this one. And what I was showing you seem to be doing it. You're jumping ahead. I hadn't gotten down here yet. I was going to knock my way out, but that's the whole concept.
Maybe use a bit of red and white to get that big.
If you want to, you can try and see if that works, if that gets the color that you need. I like what I've got on mine, so I'm because I'm gonna add more and more. But that's your initial layer, but you've got the idea, so you're doing it right.
Yeah.
And you're getting the idea too. That's the idea. This is weird,
Yeah.
but it's kind of cool.
I accidentally did the wrong flower first.
No, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
It's a little muddy. Yeah.
But this is just strange.
Right, I think I got maybe way too much oil consistency in my mix.
Okay, but that's all right. But it's kind of weird. It looks like denim. It looks like it's some kind of fabric pattern. I don't know. It's kind of, it's a little different. Let's see. Okay, and you got the idea, but you can go, you want to have that. So you'll want to make sure that you get that in, but use the fact that you've got it all loosened up, like because you have to work into that wet surface. Okay? How you doing? Oh, I like your colors. That's the idea. But you'll want to use one of your crappy brushes. Do you have a?
I tried using the crappy one.
That's
A bunch of crappy ones.
I know. I'm kind of kidding.
Like what size?
Well, you just want one that's kind of frayed. Let's look at this one for a second. So when you have this, and you put your color down, say you go a little bit intense. Where's your white? Make enough so you can really get it. So I like what you've done. So when you get in here, just go all the way up.
Oh, okay.
So you
I
and
just shoving it down.
yeah, you can, but what you want it to blend a little bit into that edge.
Uh-huh.
And then when you start picking up blue, see how the edge has blue? Then wipe it off and do it again. That's how you get that kind of soft, fuzzy.
Fuzzy. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
And because I can see what you're doing, but you're working too hard to make that happen.
And
It's,
it's going the wrong direction.
right. Go up, but you're gonna have to wipe a lot.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's a disaster back there.
This is 2 humps, I think. I'm not sure what you got there. But this is the right, yeah. So you'll have this one, and then, so you're fine. What you're gonna wanna do is bring down on the, you'll wanna bring this, it's unusual how your shape is, but see.
How do I fix it? How do I get it?
All right, let me see if I can help you. So, and it's hard to see because you're like me. I can't see my sketch.
Yeah, and
And that's,
I'll do this.
do the sketching, you mean?
Well, I will, but I'll do it.
So it's harder or,
Yes.
where's your reference? Oh, okay, if you're using this one, this should be more like a,
How do I get that off?
we'll figure it out here. Hang on. We have this one, and we're gonna bring this one down like that. Come on. So do you have a scraper? Or, I'll tell you what, instead of using a scraper, let's just use a clean brush. Okay. This is why this is good. You'll like this surface because you can take it right off. So, and this is fine where it's at. So here, looking at this, this is going to come down to about here. Is the other thing. So your technique is correct. It's just that and this is what you were using for the blue.
Why is this all streaky?
Just gonna go and get that. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just gonna lightly hit it like this. It's just that you're just not using enough paint is all. It's okay. It's not bad. So if I go in here and just sort of clean that up, then
Oh, you're so pretty.
it's
It's a nice
a little bit of,
I did use some kind of bit to get it brighter.
It's very pretty.
it's just, you need just a little bit more paint is all. It's okay.
Like I kept adding it and adding it this way.
If this is the brush you're using to, okay, so if this is your ultramarine, I'm gonna grab a little bit of oil. Titanium white. Remember, the titanium white will add the opacity. Okay? So when you're putting this down, I'm just gonna do it on this side to show you. You can fix. So I put enough down, then I'm gonna switch to the,
It's really nice.
is that certain, no, that,
Under to the bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
so you go in here like this and get that in there. Kind of clean that off. Make your little funny noise, because you know, funny noises. I think I got white on the end of the brush. That's my fault. I think you got don't have a lot of paint on your palette. But it's just a matter of putting the paint in and having enough on there. But it will, you know, just add more paint. That's really all it is. I have,
This is okay.
yeah, just add a little bit more paint. And, but now, your technique is here. Instead of making it so, where's a kind of a not so good brush? Let's see here. Oh, goodness. That's
Hello.
what is it?
Sorry.
What was it?
My doctor.
Oh.
flu shot, but I had my flu shot already, so run right over.
So all you need to do at this point is just lift up with kind of a rough brush. So you see how I'm just kind of
Okay.
just doing that, and then if you get blue on it, just keep wiping it off. So you get all this like that. Get it soft. It's going to be a little bit softer because you're going to end up adding other colors eventually.
I'm struggling so much this weekend.
I don't know. But you're gonna remember it's you're gonna build up to color. So it's not all. Then you're gonna use you're using this.
The dark.
Right. I'm gonna add a little bit of your purple in it because this is cool. This is a neat color. Then you're gonna go in here at the base. You could do that and then use that same kind of not so good brush and just pull it up. But you're not going to go all the way through it, right?
Yeah.
You're going to leave, and sometimes it might be a little bit too much, and you just kind of go back with the other color. But that's the idea. You leave your base, and then so you're going to put a little bit there, and you're going to do this one, and so on. You got it. I like that. I like it. Like I said, the only thing I was gonna say, if you want to take I keep calling it a crappy brush. That's not a fair thing to say.
This is it.
It's just a well-used, yeah.
I
That's
need to clean it.
you're just going to. That's it. You're just gonna let it blend a little bit. You want it
Should we
to.
put any line?
You will eventually.
Okay, but not.
Yeah, you don't have to yet.
Cool.
All right, you're just getting to that place, huh?
Yes.
Okay, you'll let me know. I'll come back around. Who did I not see? Because you're just now doing you haven't got your pink down yet, so I'll look. All right, did I get to everybody? Let me see how you're doing on yours.
I'm pulling off some of it down.
Okay. Do you need more paint that's actually going to cover?
Probably, yeah.
I like the effect of the little twisties.
Yeah, and having that wet on wet process, you almost have to have that to make that happen. You have to have the, painting wet into wet. Okay. Got around the room a little bit.
Are we doing all the pink flowers now? We working top to bottom.
Did I look at over here? Oh, I may have missed you.
I'm not really getting the pinkish thing going on.
Where's your magenta?
I need to lay some more out.
Is this here?
That was it. That's with black in it.
Okay, I just need straight magenta. You just went a little bit too pale.
And the magenta.
Okay, get some more magenta down. Let's see here.
This is so cheap.
That's a good product. It's just their student grade. 1980 is their student grade. So you take a little bit of the white, but go in with a little bit more of the, where's your oil? And go
There we
in,
go.
yeah, just go in with a little bit more.
Oh, perfect.
And just go on up like this and you can,
Oh,
you got it. So it's just, you just use too much white is all. Let me get you some more blue, honey.
Isn't it nice when the answer is more?
More.
Just
more is more.
More is more. I've never been one to shy away from more. Okay, I'm gonna put some, this is your ultra blue. And just add some white to it and I think you'll be okay. That's an interesting look. It's an interesting look. But I'm not gonna correct it because you know why? You're not doing anything wrong. You're just having trouble with your paint, but it's kind of an interesting look. So it's kind of like, all right, it's a little bit different. All right, guys. Remember, we're gonna keep moving, keep moving. Now, I could keep moving down, and I wanna kind of establish my bird shape. Remember, yes, last time I didn't go in right away with my bird shape, and I really just needed to have something down. So I'm gonna do the same here, and I'm not gonna go in there with any detail other than I'm gonna use it as a place marker. So, I'm cleaning this brush off, and this one is beyond. I'm gonna go get another paper towel. I should have brought more of my little blue rags because my blue rags are awesome. And I go through a lot of paper towels. And thank you guys for sharing. Okay. So I go kind of clean my brush off pretty well. I'm just going to establish where the bird's going. And I'm trying to get all the purple out of this. And now, because I'm getting ready to go in with yellow, I don't want to muddy up this bird, even for a place marker, because he's so brilliantly yellow. I'm going to put a little bit more yellows down on my palette. If you have cad yellow light or cad, any kind of cad yellow, I'm going to put some more up here. I'm also going to put down more of my Indian, not Indian yellow, my, oh goodness, no, that is Indian yellow, I don't want that. I want Yellow Lake. And Yellow Lake. No, not Indian yellow, I'm sorry. Cadmium Yellow Light and Indian Lake are the two that I just put down. I'm gonna go in, not with my cad yellow, but with my Indian Lake, because you know what? It's a little bit not as, I say it's not, it's semi-transparent, I think. Hang on. Before I tell you wrong, I'll slick it up for sure.
What can we substitute for that Indian Lake? Can we use?
You can use your cad yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I was going with it, the Indian Lake, I'm sorry, not Indian Lake, Yellow Lake. But let me tell you why I like the Yellow Lake over the cad Yellow Light. Even though the hue looks very similar, this is transparent, okay? So if I need a transparent color, it's good to go in with a transparent color as our marker, it's holding everything down. And that's why I was going in with that particular color. Next, if you lay these paints next to each other, you'd swear they're very, very, very similar, but so if you find that this is like, wow, this is moving all over my substrate here and I can't even get it to hold down, it's not supposed to hold down.
So we're putting the cad yellow light down.
No, you're putting the Yellow Lake down. Because it's a transparent paint, so we're using it to hold the spot.
And if we don't have that, we're using the cad yellow.
If you don't have it, use the cad yellow, but add just a lot of oil on it because we don't want it to, even though I have black that's going to be in this wing, I'm not worried about it. I'm just using this as my marker.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the shape of my bird that I did here. I'm going to go back in to look at my real bird.
Thank you very much.
And I don't have that little point of his crest here, so I will make my correction since my painting was not exactly correct. And I'll make his beak a little different too. So this is all going to change. I can tell you because I don't like my bird. So.
You just say you didn't like your bird.
Yeah, he's a little bit off. I'm looking at the actual bird as opposed to my drawing of a bird. And I can see where I'm taking some of this off here. This is where it's nice to have a color that is, so I have a little bit of green in there. I'm using paint thinner to take this off. So I'm pushing up since I'm looking at the shape. It's okay that I'm getting a little blue on the edge. Okay. I can tell you my whole bird is going to change here.
Now, the value of using a transparent paint is that it's easier to lay another paint over the top of it.
Yep, and it's easier to mix later. So I just need to put the transparent color down to hold. If I use the cad yellow, it's going to be harder to manipulate that color because it's opaque. So there's times when I'm going to need that, and I need that opacity. But when I'm just using this as kind of like a place marker or holder, if you will, And since I already know that this beak is off and I've got to change some stuff here, I don't want to go in with permanent, like a very thick, opaque paint. I don't. So what I'm going to do here, and remember, ivory black is also a semi-transparent black. So if I'm going to use plain, markers here, I'm just going to kind of suggest where the, the wing is here. And it's going to, and this brush is okay that I'm using, but it's not great. It's funny how I'm seeing all kinds of problems that I created, and it has just kind of putting where I think things are going. That's probably a little long. Always looking for an angle. I'm looking for a shape. Eye's probably here. Bill's gonna change. Isn't that tough? We're always our own worst critic, right? So for the bill color, I still had some oranges down from yesterday, and I had my burnt sienna down. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of white to this burnt sienna. Again, place marker. Now I don't have a maul stick, so I'm going to rest my arm on this for just a second. So his bill's more like here. And his eye will come forward. This is here. Okay, this looks very, very basic at this point. That's all I need it to be right now. I'm taking a little bit of that burnt sienna, and it happens to have a little bit of cad in it simply because it got dirty from yesterday. But you know what? It's okay because I kind of like the color. So if you're mixing this color for the bill, I'm using burnt sienna and a little cad and a little Indian yellow. It's just because it was right there, and it seems to be doing nicely. Now, there's a lot that's going to change here. I just need it to hold that space, and I can go in and around things here and see what needs to be done. I'm going to use some of the blue sky color to cut some of this in around the bird. And I'm going in here. How's everybody doing?
Oh, no, straight.
And I'm looking at angles. So I can always go back in there and correct my little bird head. So I know that there's going to be a little bit more change here. Washing that off my brush. Now, if your bird head looks like the bird head in my drawing or my painting, I'm fine with that. If you are using the reference to re-correct my mistakes, kudos to you. But I'm not going to fuss if I'm going to come in right underneath this bird's head. White. Like I said, I may be changing that a little bit. Right now, feeling pretty good. Matt, how are we doing?
Got 7 people watching it.
Okay, cool. Hey, everybody who's watching. Looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking. Using a little bit more of that yellow lake, and I'm fixing some of the structure here. Just looking, I'm looking for darker values, I'm just looking for shape and form, okay? I'm not really, because I can see this is gonna round off in the back of his head still a little bit more than what I have. So I'm going in with paint thinner, still bringing it out a little bit more. So you can see I'm eating into that area that had green. But we're gonna make our bird correct. So you can see how much I've just changed the back of his nape of his neck here. How's everybody doing?
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm always listening. Yeah, I ain't hearing you. Anybody grunting?
If there's no screaming, it's a good sign.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Or sobbing.
Or sobbing, that's a... Okay. And sometimes a lot of what I'm doing right now, I'm just forming shapes, okay? I know that sounds like a really weird basic thing to say. I'm forming shapes. I'd love for your brain to start to work a little bit more abstractly. I know we're doing, we're doing work that is representational. Our brain is looking for things that we identify. We're looking at a bird. We're looking at a bird's eye. We're looking at that bird's beak. But what I want you to start to think about is how you move, how much distance is from the eye to the back of the head. And so if that's why when you're using transparent paint, I can take paint off, I can put paint on. I'm looking for little shapes. So I see a little shape here, and the bill will come into the body a little bit more. So I'm always looking where is it, like if the eye is over here, then this beak is gonna come over here, and it comes in a little bit more here. I'm always looking for different shapes. So you can see I brought the whole back of this bird's head out considerably. And I'm looking at my reference, and it looks like I did okay on my painting as well as the actual bird. I don't know why when I did the sketch, it just wasn't quite exactly right. And I'm looking at how this kind of comes out here. Yes, I'm getting a little bit of blue or green paint in here, but that's okay because we're using a transparent color right now. Or I'm manipulating it by taking it off and then putting it on. Okay, so my shape is getting more correct. And I'm looking, and this is going to come down a little bit more. Again, just okay. And I see a nice gray underneath his little rumpy area. So, what's one of my favorite ways to make gray? You've heard, if you've been in my class long enough, you know.
It's like King's blue.
It's one of my ways. I often will use, I'll use burnt sienna and ultramarine blue and a little bit of titanium white. And I'm just using, but the King's blue and is another way I've gone. You're right. King's blue, burnt sienna is another good one too. So if I'm looking at this, and from where the wing is, the rump is more like here. So I've just changed it a little bit. Looking at the little rumpy area. And this is going to come out. Okay. Always looking. I'm thinking, you know what's calling my name right now? Is one of Joanne's muffins. Because I do have a speaker on and I know it's going to start catching the sound of my stomach growling, which I'm sure nobody really wants to listen to. Just saying, it's kind of happening.
I'm sending a recipe to my sister because her 2 little grandchildren aren't allowed to have sugar, so they come over and they go, "Maybe can we have ice cream?" Like, they're just.
Oh, bless them. Oh, that's what grandmothers are supposed to do. They're supposed to spoil the kids.
She said, "I don't want to be that mother-in-law, but honestly, we went for ice cream for the love of God."
That's your job. Go ahead, get them sugared up and then send them home.
It's fun. Bye.
It was fun. It was good to see you. Bye. All right, if you don't mind, I will grab a muffin because, you know, I can. You get to listen to that as I chew it. Well, we got lucky on the temperature and the weather this time. It's absolutely gorgeous out.
Like when they go to a birthday party, they're allowed to have one piece of cake. So at least, you know, there's that. So the kids live for birthday parties, I think.
That's so sad, actually. I'm like, give the kids some cake.
They're so cute.
Just let the child eat some cake.
They're
Okay.
allowed to watch TV.
Oh, geez.
I couldn't have survived as a parent without television.
I couldn't wait for my children to be able to watch TV. It's like getting an instant babysitter. It's like, yes. We're going to put in another Barney tape, Matt.
We got Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day. They would sit there for like several repeats on that.
Mm-hmm. I guess Hannah was really more the Barney girl.
Oh.
Matt was more Higglytown Heroes, and you like Blue's Clues. You had your third birthday was a Blue's Clues birthday party, Matt. Don't you remember?
Cute.
He remained silent.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, no, it's nothing.
I'm serious, these have noise cancellation. If you're saying anything, I can't hear you.
I said that when you were little, you were more Blue's Clues and Higglytown Heroes. Hannah was more the, huh?
All the Blues Clues guys did a reunion.
I had a reunion.
All like, I can't remember the name of the main character.
Ah,
I just, it was different names.
okay. How's everybody doing? I'm looking because I've added some more blue and I'm mixing it back into this other color so I don't have this. Don't worry, you'll have another opportunity, another pass at this blue. I don't want everybody to freak out if they're too streaky. You want to try to get as much of the streaks out as you can, but you know, you're gonna have it. I'm just bringing some of this in closer to my plant. I can always go over the area a little bit. There's another flower here. I've heard that quite a bit today.
Are we pretty close to the hospital here?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's I hated that since I was a little girl.
Fire truck.
Boy, oh boy.
Sounds like a fire somewhere.
Well, fire trucks always are first responders to heart attacks as well.
Oh,
So I see a fire truck going down.
This is the ladder truck to a heart attack.
Yeah, you're right. I see the ladder truck.
They're gonna climb to, they're in an apartment they gotta climb up to.
Yeah, but it's... Boy, they're really sending out the brigade because you're right. There was the ladder truck and the...
You must really be a fan.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, how's everybody doing? Okay. I'm going to go in and start doing more of my pinky flowers because I'm seeing where I've missed some and where I need to have them. So I'm going to use my kind of brush that's a little bit frayed and actually wipe out some of the areas where I should have put in. This one's going in here. Then there's one that's right here. Pushing that off. And I had this one, and there's one in here someplace. Okay, I don't even have that in here. There's one that's kind of over here. So I'm just taking my paint off is what I'm doing, where I have it down too far. Okay. Again, so I'm going to start just like I did before, go in with my mid-tone pink. That's my first tint. Going in and on another one down here. One here. And this one. Now, did anybody go down to the farmer's market and get their, what was it y'all were talking about getting? Was the,
The mall,
And did you go?
Yeah, the tamale lady wasn't there.
oh man.
I know.
Did we break before lunch or no?
Yeah, we break at noon, but they start knocking it down at noon. So if you need to dismiss yourself prior to noon, it won't hurt my feelings. So you just go on down and say, hey, you know what? I need to catch tamale before the truck leaves, or whatever. Or if you want to get something to eat, I kind of wanted to buy one of those farmers market T-shirts. I thought they were really cute.
Tamale truck is leaving.
it is leaving.
No.
Yeah, they weren't there, unfortunately.
Oh, right. So I'm just kind of reworking some of my little. I want it to look nice and stickily.
What's for lunch today, guys?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
Should we get DoorDash or something?
I'm gonna go home and let my puppy out, so what I need to,
We'll come back. It's almost like we gotta go for a walk.
yeah, yesterday, and I was so sore just from
It was a good walk, was it not, Abby?
But that's good that you went for a walk.
There must be a barbecue restaurant someplace down here because yesterday all I could smell outside was barbecue.
Well, believe it or not, they actually do a lot of barbecue at Food City.
Ah.
out
And-
in the park.
Yeah, and it's on the farmer's market day. They almost always have the truck out there. And it's good. Had it. Now Linda went to Braden's barbecue the other day because she was in the mood.
That's what she said. She said it was good. I've not been there either.
I mean, it's been years since I've been there.
The Colettes don't own it anymore.
No, I know. Okay, how's everybody doing? We're so quiet.
What did you use for the black on the bird?
Just ivory black.
Oh,
Nothing mixed. All right, folks.
I'm just a little.
That's okay. I'm gonna let you catch up for a second. I'm gonna go to the restroom. So Matt, we need to turn off my sound. So nobody needs to hear that. Am I good to go, Matt?
We're gonna do the flowers and then we're gonna do the green into the flowers.
Is there like a Jimmy John's here?
There is, it is, you know where Eastman Road is?
Do they do DoorDash?
They do. They deliver and they're on DoorDash, so whichever.
Do what?
They do both. So they're on DoorDash, but they also deliver themselves if you have the app.
Because they have good sandwiches, all kinds.
They do, yeah.
I've never been
Like
there.
veggie sandwiches.
I used to love to have things.
So you have to go find the barbecue guy.
Yeah.
Do you
I get iron
Yeah.
deficient and I need, you know,
Barbecue.
yeah.
You can probably get barbecue in Food City. It's
Yeah.
not bad. It's pretty good.
Well, you said there was a truck out there, we'll see if we find the truck, if not, I'll look through.
It may be out there today, I don't know, I didn't.
I think they usually park it over by the gas station.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but,
I don't know if they'll sell it to you at the truck, but I think they, through the week, kind of different inside, but on Saturdays, they might actually sell it at the truck.
Okay.
Guys, we're going up to the Ridgewood.
We have, our neighbors took our, and.
Just your toilet flush.
Bill's Dream Pit.
Oh, yeah.
So we go there a lot,
Yeah, you can't beat Bill's.
and
Nice.
Pratt's, it's close, so we do that occasionally.
Good. Yeah, yours is more structurally correct than mine was. And I was like, wow. Oh yeah, yours is good. Your beak is even better than the one I did.
It's a hard business,
It's tough.
Yeah.
you know, hospitality.
Oh yeah, yours is, I like your beak better. My beak is like a little bit. Sorry. Yours is looking good too. You don't have your beak in yet.
What colors do it?
I just used burnt sienna with, it just happened that I had it on from yesterday. And so I just used burnt sienna and a little bit of the Indian yellow and white. That's it. But you're looking good. It's getting on there. Everybody's getting it on there well. Yeah, you're doing okay, but you're gonna wanna use a cleaner brush, like a brush that doesn't make it so fuzzy looking. It's looking a little hairy. So like in here, don't worry, we'll get that
Okay.
part, but it's,
so on the bird or the whole?
well, no, I mean, no, just on the bird right now.
Okay.
You're good. Are you still working on the flowers?
Yeah, it is really tough for me with that brush to get the sky in.
Okay.
So,
That's okay. Do you need anything from me? It looks like you're doing it fine.
No.
Just make this a little hairier. Like you can just let it go up into the,
I'll fluff it out.
okay, I'll check you. She's gonna fluff it up a little bit. Yeah, that's the idea. You're gonna want to rope in some of these because that's a little bit tall, but that's the idea. You're getting it. You're laying it down. Okay, how's yours coming? And you don't have your little bill in yet either.
Yeah.
Okay, and just so you know, folks, the paint that I'm using, or I used to do the bill, was the burnt sienna from yesterday. That was on the other palette. The burnt sienna and a little bit of, no, that's not burnt sienna. I don't see any burnt sienna on here. Burnt sienna and a little bit of Indian yellow.
Oh, that's right. You said to me that.
Okay, you're doing good too. Yeah, your beak is like the beak on here. You're doing fine. Everybody's good. Okay. I want my beak better. My beak, I'm jealous. I think I like Anne's beak.
Lucked out on that one.
Must be because you're knowing the animal that you're painting.
Right.
That's it. Okay. Now I'm looking at everything and I feel like my bird, I've got a place marker. I need to start to lay in some of the other stems and other things that are in the piece. So I'm going backwards now. I'm off the bird, going in with my chromium oxide, cobalt chromium oxide, chromite, not oxide, cobalt chromite green. That's the name of the color. So cobalt chromite green. My nice opaque green with a little bit of raw umber. And I'm gonna start to look for some stems here. There's a lot of dark values down in here. So what I'm gonna do while I still have wet paint, I'm gonna start getting in some of the leaves that needs to be worked into the sky. So. Okay. With the chromite green and a little bit of sap green. And thank you for the sap, it's a good consistency. All right, I'm gonna start to make some of these little leaves that are in here. And so I'll have to work all this around. If I decide to go off the script, it's gonna be okay. And if you really look and study what the thistle leaf looks like, it usually has, and if you've ever stepped on one with bare feet, you know that they kind of have little spiky things on them.
Joylyn wants to know if you ever use clear oil paint.
Clear oil paint. I am not familiar with clear oil paint. So the answer would be no. What are you referring to? What is clear oil paint? Has anybody else in here done that?
Yeah.
You have. So what is it?
I essentially use it for a coating or glaze if something needs to be more reflective or shiny.
Okay, but not like a varnish?
Or sometimes I'll use it to thin or make paint more transparent.
But what is it called? Just called clear?
It's just a clear with no pigment, no.
But what is the vehicle?
I believe it's a Gamsol, or not a Gamsol, but maybe it is a Gamsol.
Is it like Gamvar?
Yes, it's like a varnish, but it's thinner and it doesn't have the yellow tint.
All right, well, Gamsol or Gamvar doesn't have any yellowing to
Joylyn
it.
agrees with you on what you just explained.
Huh?
I said Joylyn agrees with her on what she was saying about it.
Okay, I'll have to look at it in a little bit. I can't really. All right, so I'm kind of doing these little pieces of stem and stuff that's in this picture here. And you can actually start to use some of your warmer, lighter valued paints. And I'm gonna, remember yesterday, now see, okay, I should have told you this. I left my initial palette that I used yesterday and just basically cleared out a center of my palette so I had mixing room. So I still have some of the cad green that was down from yesterday. If you have the Shiva or the cad, whatever you were using, I'm using that because of its opacity. I'm adding a little bit of King's Blue to it. And I'm gonna do some of the other things that are far off in here. Like I'm just gonna kind of mix, if you look, I'm just doing like little bits of foliage and stuff that might be far off, and I'm blending it into that paint. So I want it to blend. I want it to have a, where the value is kind of far off, but I can always add more to it, meaning I can stack other colors later. And if they're kind of foggy or fuzzy, that's good. It's even better. And again, I usually will go off my own script and just fill in areas and just moving around. And you can do the same. Does anybody need anything? Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm adding a little bit of sap green to some of the mixture here. And it is still, it's because I'm using mixtures that are semi-transparent or transparent. You're gonna get some of that weird streakiness, but you're gonna add more paint. Remember, you're gonna continually add more paint to this. So where I have these kind of leaves here up in the center and I don't have sky around them, I'm going to play off of both sides, and that's why I mixed enough of my sky color so I can go back and change stuff up and create some spaces where I need dark values, because you know me and dark values. Like I'm bringing it in close to these flowers down below, and I'm taking the chromite green, mixing a little bit of raw umber to it. Now I'm going to be working on some of the opacity on some of these little pieces of leaf. But wherever I have my overlap, remember I almost always have to stick in a dark value because I need that contrast. And again, here's where the artistic license starts coming in, because you know, if you're working off your references that you have of thistle, some of them are going to look a certain way and may not be what is in your painting. So you can kind of wing it a little bit, suggest where things are going. I also want another here. So I'm moving around the piece quite a bit because I'm establishing shapes for the bases of the actual flowers, and I'm going, and to avoid making a mess, I'm only bringing the paint up to the other color. I'm not blending it. So please, please, please keep your shapes and don't try to blend it away. So a lot of times I'm just kind of suggesting where things are going because I'm not really even sure yet, you know. Sometimes I just kind of doing it. And remember, I like to take a step off my piece every now and then. And I don't think it's a bad idea that you do the same every now and then, because you know, anytime I can create a contrast, you know I'm there. So I see an opportunity and I will drop dark colors in where I can, because I know that I can add light colors on top of it next time. So I'm going to create my base. And and I didn't do it yesterday, but I may cut my name into this one early. I'm mixing ivory black and raw umber together and just putting in some dark values. Because I'm putting in these, I have these light colors here. I want to have some dark ones in front of it. Is everybody doing okay? Uh-huh, okay. Everybody's so quiet. You guys are working so hard. Up, kind of look at everything. See, this kind of stuff will be crazy until I fix it. So let's do that. I'm going to go in with it. Going in with my number 3 long filbert, Eclipse long filbert. That is actually quite frayed. I need a new one. This one needs to be almost retired. Again, going in with my blues around my plant, adjusting my shapes. But sometimes you're going to pick up some of the green. And if you look at the painting, you'll see places where the green just kind of but I kind of like what it looks like where the green leaf kind of blended into the sky color. I don't know if you can see it. If you come up and look in the actual painting, you'll see it. But I kind of like it. Anywhere I can fill in, I will fill in. How you doing? I hear the deep breath. Thinking. Oh, I can hear so much thinking going on. I know that's what it is. Now, sometimes when you're doing something like this, you see an opportunity where you might have what I call, it's not my own invention, but they're called windows, like little windows of light between things. So if you have a solid mass, say that you wanted to create more illusion of space, like in here, you can put little windows or lighten the value just a little bit, like in little holes like this. Can you see what I'm doing? Just putting in little windows.
Are these just diagonal things?
And does it have to be the that color?
No, I mean, sometimes I'll go a little bit lighter for my little holes here, but that's what I'm doing. I'm just creating more negative space with sky color around some of the places that I made leaves. And these leaves are actually going to, they're the kind that disappear into the background. They're just, but they're interesting and I like them and I'm gonna leave them. Like I said, you're welcome to come up and look if you need to look. And you can see a lot of these little holes are like down here. Then I had put little holes where you might see light coming through. And some of the green might get on your brush, and it's okay. You can, remember, you're doing a painting. And then you kind of look around, see if you're liking it. Right now, I'm good with that.
I think it is interesting the contrast between the shiny side and the flat side of the substrate. With the type we're using, that I'm using today, the flat side, it's almost as if you need that first coat of oil for a primer.
Or just the oil paint down as a primer.
Right.
If you watch a lot of my videos, if I'm working on something like, what did I do recently? Oh, I did a piece of a bull elk, but I did it on a wood panel, and wood tends to really, really absorb your paint. And often I will go over it with a really thin coat of acrylic paint. I use a bright yellow that gives it a glow underneath the oil paint, which I really like. And I've done that too with these panels. Have I used acrylic? I don't think I have used acrylic on these panels, but I always do on wood, sometimes on canvas. But I can get that glow and it dries so fast and just do a wash. So for example, if I have a nice pencil sketch that's already on this panel, and I need it to be graphite and it's gonna stay, I can take a thin wash of acrylic paint and put it over the entire panel, and I can still see my sketch.
Nice.
Okay? So it gives it just, and acrylic paint dries so fast, right? It gives it just enough tooth for everything else to stick on there nicely.
So, I'm actually just starting on the stems. What colors? I've got all the colors laid out. but-
I used the, to do the base stems, I just used the cobalt chromite green and a little bit of, sometimes I'm using a little King's blue or ultramarine blue and raw umber. Right now, I'm absolutely hating my beak. And I kind of blame Anne for it. Her beak was good. I'm like looking at this bird going, well, this poor thing will never be able to eat. With the big beak I gave it, it's like, what? So I'm actually cleaning my brush to get some of the blue paint off so I can do something with this beak. Actually, I'm going to go in with a smaller brush and reconfigure that beak. We can't do this. I will lose sleep over this guy. I have to say something. I'm looking at the back of my head in the video, and I have a cowlick. And you're never used to seeing your own back of your head, and my hair like parts in this weird way. And I'm like, oh, and nobody needs.
And nobody's ever told.
Yeah, it's like, you know, your hair's really messed up, so you have some you really need to address this hair issue in the back. It's just like, okay, I gotta get my beak looking good like Anne's.
I want to come see
Everybody's gonna come over and see your beak,
Yeah,
Anne.
now we're gonna.
I'm scared to death to paint it, but the only reason it's good is because I had left tracing it.
I don't know what I've done. I mean, it's not that bad, it's just not refined. I'm sure I will get it.
Matt, looks like Lance is on some kind of issue going on
What's that?
at work. There's somebody on.
Oh, what's going on?
Lance just responded to the.
Oh, the
call.
after hours thing.
Yeah.
I think he's on call.
Suzanne, for all the like jumbled stuff in the lower left, can we just go in, like put dark there and then paint over the top of it instead of?
As long as you feel comfortable doing it, you sure can. Because go in with something transparent. So use like a little, if you're looking for a brown, go in with a little bit of raw umber or burnt umber or whatever color. If you want to mix it, if you're going to use umber and sap green, just don't do it with chromite.
Okay.
Umber and sap, right.
Umber and sap, it's a good base color. And you know what, that's kind of a neat way to go. So let's just do that because, good call, Anne. She's got a good beak and a good head on her shoulders.
Okay, I'm leaving. I'm done.
I know, she's like, as she drops the mic and walks out. So I'm cleaning all the pink out of the brush. And I'm just gonna, based on Anne's suggestion, I'm gonna go in here with just this, I'm gonna use a little bit of sap and raw umber. And just kind of move it around, and this is gonna get, you can just kind of, but then I'm going to get up to this blue paint and I'm gonna have to figure something out. So it's okay if it's transparent at first, because you're gonna be moving everything around it anyway. So you gotta, and it's okay if you wanna mix a little sap and ultramarine blue. Again, 2 semi-transparent colors. So you just kind of, you can even make that really fun noise. So, anybody knows me, Sue makes a lot of really fun noises. Or does she?
Maybe that we kept calling ourselves cult yesterday. Maybe we can call that our chant.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
What you all need is to reaffirm it.
Reaffirm.
What? What?
That's all we need is to make it a real thing.
Okay. All
And
right.
then call it the shizzle.
The shizzle.
The shizzle.
The Sue shizzle. There you go. The shizzle of Sue. There you go. I like that.
accent, I tell you. I know, but it's, where you from? Here.
She's been so sick. I love to do. You weren't there last night. I was doing my Diana imitation.
I can't believe you all do.
I'd say we do that when you're not there too. No, you were there last night and did it in front of you, or I should say, I did it. I think everybody else is cooler than me and would never do that. Like make fun of their friends, you know.
I
But
think that's fierce.
it's not making fun. I think your accent is beautiful. I think you sound like such a genteel lady.
I don't know.
And when you talk, Diana, it is so lithful and musical, and I just
I'll
love
have to tell you. when
to
I
listen
met
to you
my
talk.
Last husband, I know we had gone to dinner and we come back and I was talking to him and he just kind of dozed off.
What?
Your voice, he said, just puts me to sleep.
Oh,
And I was like, oh. So it can be good and it can be bad.
I don't think it could be bad at all. It does. It's a beautiful, sing-songy sound.
Remember when you were gonna come with us to Van Gogh, and I was telling my friend, I said, oh, her voice is so beautiful.
See, you didn't know what an impact you had.
We ended up-
Right, exactly.
That was overrated, I think, just my opinion.
And go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's overrated.
Yes, and I did
Kinda
get to
like,
finally
Is there something
go
that's
to.
gonna happen here? Because whatever. Yeah, we were disappointed.
I enjoyed it.
Did you go to the other one they had after that?
Monet?
Yes.
No, I wanted to go to that one though, but I just didn't.
I didn't know.
This is the light show thing that they're doing with the fine art now. Is that what you're talking about? Is that what? this
No, it was over at the Biltmore.
Yeah.
So they actually had original Van Goghs.
No, it was,
Yeah, it's the light show.
Okay,
oh.
And the sun
okay.
here inside the paint.
okay.
It's all around you.
We've seen some of those advertised. I haven't been to.
I didn't realize it was called.
I mean.
I don't know that it's called the light show, but it's like an interactive like
I know it was.
light and display and
Yeah.
projections and.
I mean, we had a lovely time. We, went up for lunch with Biltmore, and it was really neat, but it wasn't what I was sort of thinking.
You were a
it might
little
be.
I
disappointed.
think it was a little, like at the bigger cities, everything was lit up, but there at the Biltmore, it was just like little sections.
Yes,
It
yes.
wasn't like
People
surrounding.
standing in
Right,
But-
exactly.
And
Yeah.
I was expecting that too, but.
Yeah. But, I mean, I'm glad I went.
Yeah.
That was my Christmas present from my kids.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah, I told them it was fabulous.
All right, folks, I am looking at, I'm going to take my bird off and make sure I'm going to go ahead and plug this up for a little while, make sure I get more power. I'm going to start layering color to kind of work on the base of the plants. So, I started with that kind of darker background. Now, when you're going to start layering, if you want to think of it this way, if you're deep in the thicket, your values are going to be cooler, and your temperature is going to be cooler, and your values are going to be closer to your background color. So if you have a dark background, you're just going to go a little bit up on your value, but you're going to keep it cool. So what does that mean?
Add a little bit of water.
Add a little bit of white, but very little bit of white. So, so if I'm going to start in this little area here and kind of build up to making some plant life in there, I'm going to take the chromite, because it is a cool green, add just a little bit of titanium white, and add a little tiny bit of brown to it. Okay, I'm just using a little bit of raw umber. So I'm going to go in here in this area and just start making like things that look like leaves. So if I do this, and I'm not going to press hard, you want it to be opaque, and you want it to be but you can't, you know, you don't want it to see through it. So if I do a little line like this, and I have this kind of loose background here, say I do a couple of, so I have something to bounce off of. Then I'm going to go back next to it with a opaque color. Like you can use your Caribbean turquoise, chromium oxide, because that is opaque. A little bit of brown, you might even use a little bit of black. And then I'll go underneath it. So if I created these shapes, and I'm going to go in between the shapes and make these holes. I'm adding a little bit more black because I want it to kind of go to recess. Does that make sense? Can you see what I did? Okay. Please come up and take a look if you're questioning here. This is how I'll make the little holes and things. So I'm going to go back and do it with something else now. So what I'm doing is I'm taking an opaque color, like the chromite, little tiny bit of the, you can use the a little bit of titanium white, you can even use a little bit of the King's blue. But I'm getting that chromite because that instantly makes that a very opaque color. Now I have an opaque base. Of course, I'm going to add a little bit of a semi-transparent color, like, you know, it doesn't have, I just wanted the color to be different. So say I wanted to say that there's a stem here. And I drop a stem. See, it's opaque, right? You can see that. I might want to put another little, maybe that's a leaf coming off of it. It's got these little spiky things coming off of it. Then I'm going to go back in with a clean brush with a darker value. Again, I'm using the chromite because of the opacity. I want to cool it down. I'm using a little bit of the Caribbean turquoise and ivory black. Then I'm going in around the places that I just did, so that now you can see that we're creating those spaces. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm just going in and kind of making stuff happen. Now, the nice thing is I can still go over that with a lighter color, and we're going to keep just building it up. But that's the idea. So you're going to basically use that same concept and that idea all over the base. So you can see that you're going to have some, it's going to get a little warmer as it gets closer out of the bramble, so to speak, as it's closer to the front. So right here, I might say, you know what, I want something a little bit warmer. Funny thing is, I've got cadmium green here. Now, I don't necessarily want it that green, so I'm going to add a little bit of burnt sienna to it, just to make it a little earthy. So you see how that instantly became a lot earthier. The nice thing is I know that's already opaque, but I might not still exactly comfortable with that color. But I wanted the lighter value than this other color. So okay, let's just for this, I may go over the top here just like that. And maybe it's got these here, but I've gone over on top of this one. And say there's another thing that comes this way, who knows? I can actually add a little bit of white to it. Now you're really going to start to see it. Maybe the little,
So would you mind if I take your picture
Yeah.
from the side?
go ahead. So I can go ahead and put that on here. I might want to leave this alone because I'm going to be putting some other things. So then I'm going to go back with that dark color that I made earlier, which was
That was cobalt.
yep, it's the chromite, cobalt chromite, a little bit of umber, a little bit of ivory black. I just need something dark to go in between things. and I can actually refine that shape by making it, you know, maybe I want it to be a little bit wigglier. So I'm actually affecting the actual positive shape by using negative behind it. So I can actually manipulate all these different layers. And I can go in and put, I mean, I'm being I'm simplifying it, but I can go in and continually add and add and add between the different values of different plant life all in that mess. Okay? Okay, let me see what that is. So we're just going to keep doing more and more and more of that. I'm going to fill this whole mess in, and I'm telling you what I'm going to do. Because you know tomorrow when we finish up these pieces, somebody goes home with each piece. So all my pieces that I'm working on will become somebody else's. So I want to make sure that I get it kind of cleaned up and painted down here so I can sign it today while it's wet. How we doing, everybody?
Good. Good.
Good, good. That was a nice unanimous sound. Okay. So I'm feeling pretty good because right now I pretty much almost have paint on all aspects of this painting except for a little bit in here where the feet are going to go. But I'm feeling pretty good about where we are. We're going to be even better off than we were yesterday before lunch. This makes me happy. So it'll give us more time. We got this. We got this. Does anybody have any questions? Everybody's good. It's good in the neighborhood. I may actually just go in here and just go in here and do this anyway. I can always go in with dark values too. Such quiet people today. Oh, it's just all this concentration. Didn't know if we had anybody asking question. What's Joy Lynn saying these days? She's correct.
That was a lot.
All right, so Joy Lynn, I guess you heard what my student Paula was saying. I had never used a clear oil paint. I mean, it sounded a little bit like varnish or something like that. But Paula says she has used it. So got people with different experiences. It's not one that I've had. Okay, so I need another stem over here coming off of this guy. Makes you want to you just want to get lost in them. Do you ever get lost in your paintings?
Oh, yeah.
And you're just in there and you're just having a lot of fun. And this is getting lost in green I am a green girl. I love my greens. And the greens can be very difficult to paint with. Some people paint with them better than others. But I just like them. I just like them. So if I'm stacking up my foliage on the base here. Again, I will cool down and deepen my tones for the background. So I will have darker plants, darker, cooler plants in the background. And as I come up in layering, I'm going to have slightly lighter values and warmer temperatures as I come forward.
Joylyn agrees that greens are hard.
For some, you're right, Joylyn. So for some people have a really hard time with green, but it's just my favorite color. So for me, it's just fun. I enjoy the ride, if you will.
I've grown to love the greens.
Yeah. Now you watch a lot of T.J. Cunningham's work,
Yeah.
and he, in my opinion, is a master of greens. I love his use of greens, and you know. So for those who don't know T.J.'s work, you can look him up. He's on all kinds of stuff.
Reeves, your last work it was just beautiful.
I do much better with landscapes than I do.
Well, see, I would be just so lost. But it was beautiful.
Thank you.
Was that the waterfall?
Does he do a lot of landscapes?
Who, TJ?
Yeah.
He does a lot of barnscapes. He's been doing a lot of sheep lately.
I love sheep.
Yeah, look him up. I happen to think he's a wonderful artist. I like his work very much.
He uses different utensils for his
Yeah.
certain things.
Like he'll use
Steel wool.
steel wool. He'll use like that kind of brush you use to clean a grill. I mean, he'll keep all his crappy brushes too, because he uses those to add texture to his work. I mean, he does really good stuff. So TJ, if you're listening, you got a bunch of fans here of your work, and I'm one of them. I think you're spectacular. All right, so I'm building from the back to the front and just making shapes and, suggesting leaves and just have fun with this. Just know that things in the background, again, are going to be cooler in temperature and usually closer to the value of whatever's going on back there. Go back in with my dark values and then see what else I need here.
Why do we have to do the bottom foreground dark part in opaque? I mean in transparent.
Because you may change it. So if you're just starting with a base, just a color, helps you grip. Establish your background shapes first. The reason I don't want you to go too opaque is if you're trying to put another semi-transparent color on top of it, you're going to lose it. It's not going to show up. It's just going to blend and it's going to be a mess. If you can go through it this way and start layering your color, then you can start increasing your opacity, but at least you know where your shapes are. And even now, I'm going in with my, just like dark holes here in mine. And I can still go back and add more stuff. I may not do it till tomorrow. But I'm going to at least have a pretty firm concept of where everything's going, and then I can increase my opacity. Like I'm going in now with my dark value that I made with the cobalt chromite, which we know is opaque. but now I can see where the shapes are.
If I didn't have shapes drawn on there, would it matter, or should I just always do transparent, the base layer?
I don't really know how to answer that. I guess because it's harder to change an opaque color. So I'm not sure yet when I'm putting my foliage in if I'm exactly sure where my stuff's gonna go, but if everything was opaque, unless it's dry, you go as opaque as you want.
Okay.
But if you're working on a prima and you jump in with an opaque color, you'll sit there and be trying to put this other color on top of it. And unless it's another opaque color, you're not gonna it's gonna be really hard. So it's like taking two forces, equal forces, and pushing them against each other. If you have two opaque colors, you might get the good stack, or you'll get a blend. The thing is, with the transparent color, you know you're gonna trump it with opaque. It's always gonna trump it.
Okay, thank you. Something I need to remember to do.
Learning and understanding the opacity has really helped me a lot. And I can remember, I really wasn't that worried or concerned about it before I started becoming concerned about it. And so I would always just pick a color or a hue that I thought was nice. And yeah, this is gonna work. But like I had mentioned, anybody who knows me and has worked with me in my studio knows, raw sienna is like the invisible color to me, but I like what the hue looks like. So, but out of the tube, that thing, it just disappears. Now, if I'm using a bunch of opaque colors and try to mix that raw sienna in it, it'll so be gone, you won't even see it. So when I started to really educate myself a little bit more, and I'm still learning, always learning, about the opacity of paint colors, it changed how I did everything. It changed it for the better, because then I got a little bit smarter in my application even. So,
Thank you.
So then as you kind of get things down, you can start to look around at your, what you got here. And then if you need to cut in around like the bases, for example, of the other thistle flowers, or you're making a leaf over here, or you've got, you're gonna have a stem and it's gotta be dark, you start to play off, again, it goes back to the contrast. And I love my contrast, so I'm always trying to create it. And I'm not really sure what I got going on over here. I'm just going to put some of this dark in here. That's going to seem strange, but I'm going to go ahead and start putting some more stack of paint over here on this side. And the reason I want to is so I can sign it and be done with it. So I'm going to basically look at this little corner over here, the lower left-hand corner, and I'm going to take it pretty much to completion. So that means I'm going to start stacking warmer and lighter values on here. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of the cad yellow, excuse me, cad green, we know they're opaque, adding a little bit of titanium white, also opaque, but I don't like the heat. It's too hot. So if I have green and I want another opaque color and I got to take it down a little bit, what would be the perfect color to use in that?
Red.
Which red?
Cad.
Yes, thank you. Because?
It's complementary.
And?
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And get the
And
star and it's on fire.
I always get the complementary colors wrong. I'm so proud of myself.
I'm so proud. So I was actually able to take my green down just a little bit, earthy it up. And I know that every bit of that color that I just made is opaque, because I used every opaque thing that I had in my, and so if I want to lay a leaf across this way, I can go right over it. And look at that, wonderful coverage. Look at that beautiful bean footage. Add a little bit more yellow if I want to. Do another like line this way. And when we get done with this area, for example, we can let this dry out and actually come back and add a lot more detail. And that'll probably happen on Sunday. Like there's little spiky things that are on these. You choose to go a little bit more impasto on the foreground, it won't hurt my feelings either. Save your most impasto paint for the end and in the foreground. That's kind of how I like to work. That's the concept of painting fat on lean. Have you heard that? Have you heard that phrase?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's the phrase?
Painting fat on lean means that you're going to basically you use your base colored thinner and you're more you save you save how much or the volume of paint that you put down for the last on top of it, so it's thicker or more impasto, I guess. Does that make sense? Okay. So I just kind of did some stuff. It probably almost doesn't matter, but I'm going to go ahead and sign it down here because I want to have this part done. And it's always easy to sign this. I'm going to walk around, see how everybody's doing. Get me a little spitch.
I think I won't back up and go home.
Oh.
I just can't, I can't do this for some reason.
Let's see, Joylyn. Anne is the wildlife queen. Love it. Joylyn says that Anne is the wildlife queen. Love it. Suzanne is the ultimate queen of animals. Ah! Oh, Joylyn, I just love you so much. Suzanne, do you ever use clear oil? Okay, you asked that. She's correct. Greens are hard. Exactly hard. Had to leave a painting to dry for that very reason, she said. I need to Google a chart of opaque, etc. colors. Yeah. Oh, your background looks good. You fixed it.
I tried.
Good. It looks good.
I think I'm having the same issue, was having the same issue that Reeves was having.
Okay.
It's not
But-
very good, and
this
I don't
substrate
know
is
what I'm
really
doing.
new.
I'm coming over
I know,
there.
I know. I hate to say
Let me see what you're doing over here.
You know, I think.
Oh yeah, I like your, I like your
The
choice of your, the
definitely
way
better.
you mixed your green, or,
And if
This
you're
looks
doing
good.
something one-dimensional, like, you know, maybe.
but
a
you'll want
caricature,
to get the,
But.
before you go in really like this way, you'll want to
this
do
is-
some of the
I also get
midtones
preference
too.
with oil.
Like some of the ones that are deep in there, that's,
Yeah, I had done this first and then I decided.
My
to do
work
that.
usually.
Okay, and I may have done that too.
Second to clean or repair.
That's okay. But as long as you know that you if you're working your way and stacking colors, like you did here with the base, then you go up with the next value up, cooler, darker, opaque over that. Then you go back in and you fill in
The light.
the holes.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
I just don't know what I'm doing.
You're fine. I think you're fretting a little too much. Oh, it feels good to sit. Oh, yeah. Okay, it looks like you're using a little too much oil. So, what brush are you using? Okay, hang on. So if you're gonna do like the base,
See, I missed that part.
all right, let's just do it, and let's not even worry about these other little lines, okay? So, I just went in with a little bit of the raw umber. Use ultramarine blue. Just don't use so much oil. So if you're going there and you're just getting in here and let's just don't even worry about these things. And it looks like you used some white, or it was just oil and raw
I just didn't know what I was doing.
Okay. Nope. All right. So say we're just doing this, and I'll do it in this little section, and I'll let you. So you have this down. Then you're going to want to go with your next. I feel like I have a sneeze. Just. Sorry, Matt. That went right into my microphone.
Sounds good. It's a good time to sneeze. I don't have to.
Thank you. I'm just sorry. I knew I was going to blow out somebody's eardrums. Because you know, when that has to happen, it has to happen. Okay, so here we have the chromite. And it's just, you know, I grab it because of its amazing opacity, but I want to deepen it up a little bit, change the color. And I might go with a little bit of a, take a value up from where we are here. So I'm gonna add just, because we know that King's Blue is also opaque, but maybe, we also know that that's opaque. So if we're doing all these little things in here, we can just do a line this way. Because of its opacity, it's covering, right? Because I used a bunch of opaque colors, and you can probably say, well, I'm gonna have one of these things coming over this way, and I'm gonna make it look like a leaf. So let's say it goes like that. Yeah, I'm gonna mix a little bit of this other color in here. And say there's a bunch of these little. So it's kind of fun to even go, we know that this is also opaque. You see how I have some stuff going on over here. You can kind of go right up into this. You know, I don't know how far you want to take it down, but you know you're probably going to be making these a little bit bigger. So we have to be careful of how far we take it up because I'm using an opaque color. Say you just have a little bit of things in here, and there's like little stems, and then after you kind of get that in, clean your brush off, go in with a really dark color. So we can go again with that chromite, and we can go in there with a little ivory black mixed together. And then you can go in and just hit, and you can adjust your you just go around some of the things that you did, leaving that there, and you just start filling in. Go back and get some more. Does that make sense? So once you do that, let's just go ahead and take it all to another level here. Clean your brush off. Go up a little bit of a value and temperature, and try to stay using opaque or more opaque colors. So in this case, a little bit of chromite, a little bit of cad green, cad yellow. We were instantly making a brighter, lighter green. But say it's too green, say it's just too much. If I grab a little bit of cadmium red, just a little bit, we put it right over here on the side, and mix that in there, it'll instantly become a little bit more earthy. But we also know it's opaque, and that might be too earthy, so maybe we're going to add a little bit more green to it. There we go. Then you're going to start adding other colors on top. And I go right through that. And I mean, I don't know what you want to do with the shape. And if it starts to blend, just go in a little deeper or a little heavier with the paint. You can, if that's a stem in here, you can do another leaf. And then you can actually take a little bit of titanium white. If one of these leaves goes over the top, you can probably say, oh, yeah, right over the same thing. You can adjust your how you want your plant to look, but you just start loading up with more and more color until you start kind of filling in your shapes. And you're at the same time you're creating dark shapes. And so this one's behind it, this one's in front. And if we know that that one's in front, you can actually just go ahead and highlight it out like that. Now it's coming forward. So the concept is using, and see, this is okay. You're like me. I lost my beak. Let me just get your beak in. So the bird's head.
The shape of the bird is
It's
okay.
the shape of the bird is. It looks okay. Let me just, because I was looking at my my actual reference, and I noticed it came out and then came down more here. I might have to go push this out off the green. That's good. Your body looks fine. Hang on. So let's get that little bill in there. I'm looking at the lower mandible. And then this is up here.
It's like magic.
Getting it in, but it's like I have to flatten it out a little bit here. So then I'll go back with the other color. And so it actually comes up and over. So we're going to paint it a little bit. Probably has a little bit of white in it. So that top mandible has to be bigger. Just, I know, just getting that little guy out of there. Come on, you. Come on, you. How's everybody doing? Does this feel easier than the first one?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I think, huh?
Nope,
No?
not for me. I don't like all the leaves. I start getting scared.
Okay, don't be
Don't be
scared.
scared.
Objects are hard.
Well, that's the thing. You find out what you like doing
Yeah, that's it.
and do more of it. I mean,
Well, landscapes, for sure.
If it makes you feel any better, as a art appraiser, historian, realism and landscapes are the things that last the longest, are generally the most expensive when they're selling and done right in the galleries. There's a whole new genre of price for these. And I think you ladies are very ambitious. This is hard to do, you know.
now is it true that are we hearing more that realism is making a comeback in the art world?
I think realism never left.
Okay.
There were trends that, you know, more contemporary caricature type things, but I don't think realism ever left.
Okay, good.
The person that is the traditional collector will almost always ground their collection with a classic landscape, portrait, or still life. So they never lose their value.
But that's a good thing to know.
Yep, it's one of those things.
Because there for a while, that's what the trend, what we were hearing was, like, there's not, the market for realism was not as strong.
Yeah, it's always there.
Okay, well, that's good. I certainly hope so. Okay, you're good. It's better than it was, because I was like, I had my bill looking really weird. Like I said, I was just really jealous of Anne's. I was really like,
Very good.
and then I'm just putting a little bit, see how just putting a little bit of, yes, and this is a CAD because we know that it's, and see how I'm going with the direction. So you're gonna, obviously, we're gonna bring this out. And down here, when we get into here, you can use that celadon green and do the underneath of this belly. The eye placement is a little low. We're gonna move that eye up. And we'll grab
So that's green.
yeah. I think Ann has some. If you have.
Got some.
Oh, okay. So his eye is more like in this area. I'll let you put it in there. And so a lot of that celadon, I don't know where it's at, but I'll show you. Oh, here you go. Watch. You can just take that and get in here. And that's how you're going to get the base. It mixes nicely. Okay? You good? Okay, you got this. You're fine. Oh, you're doing it though. You're stacking your colors nicely. Yeah, so, and you're getting the concept down here. So you can always, while this is wet, and you're gonna wanna go ahead and fill in all your stuff here. And then, you know, let that wet work that. See how it's soft around these edges and stuff? And that's okay. It's kind of what you wanna do. So you're good. Oh, you're doing fine. How you doing, girl? Okay. You're getting, you know, this is where I use the celadon on the underneath of his little, and I know that's, no, you got that little tube, didn't you? I thought I saw it. Your celadon green. You have a lot of really nice paint, girl. Yes, you got her Caribbean blue. Look at you. Now, I never know they had the little tiny tubes of the. Look at you with. Here, thank you. Here, let me just put a little bit of this down on you. This is celadon. This is, but with the color that you've made is pretty close. I'm gonna put that right here. You'll have fun with that color. That's a fun color. And if you just go ahead and use that directly into your yellow, I think you'll find that that works out nice. And your bill looks really good too, by the way. Nice. All right, you're getting in there.
I'm just trying to catch up to everything.
Oh, I know, but you're doing fine, and you're getting the concept of how to then go in. You can go ahead and deepen this with a lot of the, I use the ivory black, Caribbean turquoise, and more of the cobalt chromium oxide in there, or green. I keep wanting to call it chromium oxide. It's not chromium oxide, chromium green. So, but you got the concept. You're doing it. Do you have any questions? You're good.
Why do you think that the one yesterday was harder than
The background was a lot more complicated. Yeah, there's a lot more complicated.
I'm checking around to start on kind of afraid to start on this because yesterday I got into trouble.
Okay, so and Ann had made the suggestion, it made good sense, and I said, let's just do that, was if you don't mind get up for a second, I'm gonna show you in a section, and then you can jump on it, okay? So, of course, you're gonna wanna get while this is wet, you're gonna wanna get in these other leaves. So, where you see it's all stacked up, lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff here. So if you go in there,
And I just kind of cleaned up my palette a little bit, so I might need to remix.
where is your raw umber?
It is,
I don't see a raw umber.
I thought I laid it out.
Um,
Black.
Okay, let's put some raw umber down. All right, let's put some of this down here. And your chromite green is over here. So if I take chromite green and raw umber and a little bit, that's fine. And you're just kind of going down here and getting, let me just get more some raw umber. And since you've got, get in here, and I'm just going to show you in this one little section because you're going to use the same idea all over. And where you can, and it's wet, work into this paint here. Oop.
And then you're using a very delicate touch with this
Yes.
brush.
You don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of paint here for it to really get in there. It's kind of doing it. I'm just trying to soften this up and loosen up the background a little bit. This might not be the best brush. Say I went with, you can see how that's just kind of a soft, you don't want to put a lot of detail in that back here, but you want to, and if you have an opportunity to create any kind of contrast, like in here, take it. So you go in dark. Right? Then you go in there and just kind of whoop, doop, doop. You don't want to have any. You don't want to have any white showing on your substrate. So you can have all kinds of little spaces, and if you need to put more blue in some of these spaces,
We can do all that tomorrow, right?
you can. But if we can get this to a place where you feel really confident in where it's at. So we go ahead and do whatever we're going to do over here. And you can even mix a little bit more green in some of these. And leave those spaces, whatever. So we have this little dark area. So if you're working your way out of the weeds, if you're closer into the depth of it, your value is going to be closer to that background color. But I want to make an opaque color. So I'm grabbing the chromite, grabbing a little bit of titanium white. That's going to, even though it lightens it up, it's still going to be a very dark color. You got just like a smear. What is this?
Ultramarine.
Okay, put that in there too. A little bit of brown, because you know. Because you know, I like brown. So then you might go in there with other, so there's like, maybe there's a leaf that goes out this way, and little, say it's like a little weird leaf for, you know, thistle leaf. Then you might have another stem. You might want to make it.
That's pretty with a little bit of blue in it.
You just, but you're wanting to keep your values in the back kind of dark, and so you have some stuff coming up. So if I do that, then you're going to make a color that's really, really dark. May actually have some more of this in it because we know it's opaque, and you can use. Did you put Caribbean turquoise down?
It's up in the corner.
Here?
Corner, just right there.
Oh no, that's not Caribbean turquoise. That's just turquoise.
What'd you say?
Oh, I ordered it too.
Okay, that's not what it is though. If you have it, it's in
It's
here.
in my blues, well, it's in my.
Not in here. There's phthalo blue. That's Caribbean turquoise. Thank you, Jerry.
Well, I bought Windsor Navy because
And they had something called Caribbean turquoise.
it, Chardonnay it was.
Oh, Charvine has one? Okay, I'm using this color here, making a very dark color. Then you're going to go in here in between things, and we know that there's a stem here, I mean this base, so we're going to go around that, and you might go in here in this little hole. But you start filling in these little holes.
That's where I needed guidance.
Okay, and then you start creating those negative spaces in between everything. And then once you say you have that filled in, say this whole thing's filled in, I'm going to go in here between. You can even adjust the shape of your little leaves here if you wanted to. Then you would go just for sake of, you can go the next step up. You can go with. I'm using opaque colors, okay? With another color like that. And if it's a little too much, you can use a little bit of your, if it's too green, use a little bit of your cadmium red, because we know it's opaque. Grab a little bit of that. That's too much, no problem. We're gonna have a little bit more of the cad yellow. Come on, Sue. All right, so say you do that, then you can go back over that, because look, it'll cover. And you can go with the next value up, and you can start stacking your.
Real contrast.
And so we know that that's in front of the other thing, because not just because we've just painted it on front, but we have a warmer value, a warmer temperature and lighter value, and we can even lighten the value up further by adding a little bit more titanium white. And so we can just emphasize that even more, and now we can say, oh, look at that, it's right on top of that. And that's how you start stacking it up. So you're good. Good to go.
I'm thinking I need to work over lunch though.
Well, actually, I think this one's moving along further. Oh, it's already 12. Oh my gosh. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right. It's a bird.
You're doing right. I mean, you're doing it right, and it's hard when you don't have the proper colors. But what we were showing down here, and I'm going to show you here, and what you got here. Do you have, what is that color? Is that brown?
That's burnt umber.
Raw umber? I'm going to come down here. I want to show you that this is easy. So if I go in here and just do this whole area, and I'm going to show you in one little area, since you went through all the trouble of doing all this beautiful stuff, but hang on, I'm going to show you how easy. Then, if I take, I'm going to assume is this CAD?
Yes.
And we know that's opaque, so I say I do that. And this is one of the blues I gave you. Let's do this a little bit here. I'm going to make this green. But because I'm using, well, hopefully, using this color, and if I use a little titanium white, it's gonna make, obviously, a green, but hopefully an opaque green. But we're looking at how we're stacking colors in the background. If I do this right over here, I should get that. It will stay there because it's opaque. Raw umber is actually a semi-transparent color. So I say I do a whole bunch of like lines back in here that represent leaves and twigs, and so we've got a little blend there. I'm trying to use your very big brush here to try to show you this. Say that I have all kinds of lines in here. I should use a different brush. So look at you and all your brushes.
I know I'm a brush miss.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so now I want a warmer color, a little bit lighter color. So I'm using, I'm using two opaque colors. Let's grab a little bit of that. Grab a little bit more of this. I'm trying to make a warmer color. There we go. And it's difficult when it's not, we're working against ourselves here. I go on top of this and say, oh, then here's a leaf that comes off. Yeah, it's not covering because of the paint. I'm gonna use some other colors to work because this is frustrating. But so we can actually, now you understand why we would never want to use this paint again.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out this week and.
You'll be like all about oil painting now.
I have a suitcase full of variety of things I've had to use in projects,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't find it to save. As soon as I go buy new, I'll find it.
Okay. But this is the concept. You have the idea now that you've got stuff that's mid-tone or mid in the space. We know that this is in front of that, and that is your dark space. So that way you can just stack and stack and stack without having to paint each individual little thing in first and then paint around the other little thing. This makes it easier to do that. So
Yeah, so
You're
we'll be doing some of that, yeah.
we'll be doing some of that. Okay, we're good. How's everybody doing? Everybody getting hungry?
Yes.
All right, I'm actually feeling like this is a good spot. I mean, does everybody have paint on all their surfaces?
Almost.
Okay. What do you want to do? When do you want to take your lunch? So who's staying, who's going? You're staying?
I'll be back at whatever time. At the back over here.
Hmm?
I need food.
Meat food? Foods?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hey Matt, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up for now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we got hungry people, me being one of them. And so we're gonna go ahead and take a little break, grab a little lunch, but obviously you can see where we've left off today. So we're leaving off here, coming back. We're gonna come back to this particular piece and work on it today. So tomorrow, we're gonna wrap 2 pieces up. See that tomorrow you'll have to really be like, eat your Wheaties, drink you lots of caffeine, and know that we're gonna have to knock this out. So be sure to jump back in on the live stream. We'll be back in about an hour. So we're gonna take a lunch break and I'll see you real soon. Everybody, we are back. We just were fed, went to Chef's Pizza, had a little, a little something to eat, and got iced tea to go. So we're good to jump in. Everybody's back, well fed. Some of y'all even took walks, which is awesome. And we did use some of your Murphy soap. So I'm gonna put the cap on. I didn't want to see it going over. Yeah, so we're gonna get back into our goldfinch and pick up where we left off. So, are we ready to rock and roll? Before we jump in, does anybody have any questions?
No, thank you.
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
The gray mixture for the bottom of the bird feathers here.
Okay, one of the grays that I like to mix is if you have ultramarine blue and burnt sienna, mix a little of that together and add white, and if you need to, you can adjust how that's one of my favorite grays to mix.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, I didn't even get my stuff over here. Devices. Okay. This up here. I may go back and look at some. May go in, and since I basically feel like I have everything blocked in, I'm going to start working my way back down, looking at the thistles and the plant life. Since we kind of have everything in, does that sound like a good plan? We'll start
The
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 thistle,
thistle.
the shizzle. That's it. That cracks Diana up. She's all over that. She's like, shizzle the thistle. It's really happening, folks. Let's see. Let's strip that off. Let's jump on here. And it seems like every time I go away for just a minute, I have to, so I can see if anybody is talking at me.
Joylyn has says we're back.
And she's back too, huh? Jolene.
CD looking things are on the rack next to Suzanne. The CD looking things.
CD?
Oh, she's talking about I'll tell her. That's stationery. It's bird stationery. And where is Suzanne's phone? Let's see here. Trying to get me up here. Come on. Trying to get Sue's phone. I'm on. Mode, data mode. Give me a second, everybody. We're getting it together. And okay. All right, I can see now. I can see what's going on. Okay, yes, Joylyn, if you're asking, we have the Kingsport Carousel here, and they have just like note cards, and these happen to be little wood ducks on them. And a lot of the birds that you see on these little notepads are along the top of the carousel. They've all been hand painted. So, yeah. If you're not familiar with the Kingsport Carousel, look it up online. The Kingsport Carousel's got a really fun story. I was very happy to be a part of that project for over 6 years, and
A major part.
it was a good part. I got to meet some of the best people and made some of the best friends in that whole process. So, but yeah, look it up. Kingsport Carousel, all volunteer made. It was built by people, painted by people who really had no experience in doing any of that. And we have one of the finest carousels. I put our carousel up against anybody's carousel. I promise you. Take a look and you'll appreciate it. Alrighty, let's jump into the thistle. All right, so I'm going to go back into my thistles and start looking at the detail of a thistle. So, and it's funny, I can't help but think of the song, All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth, because there's a part in that song that says, Sister Susie sitting on a thistle, And you have to say that without any teeth. So it comes out through the fit and on a thiffle. So I keep thinking of a thiffle. Yep, that's what happens in my brain sometimes, people. Okay. All right, I'm gonna actually not address the little fun top part. I'm gonna go ahead and address the bulb spiky part. When you're looking at it, think of it like a porcupine. There's like these little spikes everywhere. But if you look at the bulb from bottom to top, remember, it's got form. So it's gonna be a little cooler on the bottom. If our light source is coming from the top, I'm gonna go ahead and make this a little darker on the bottom section, right like here. And I'm using a pretty small brush. This is when I wish I could set my hand all over my piece. I can't do it.
Are you using like a pretty small, like?
Yes, I'm using a number 1 pointed, a pointed red dot, which is it's a soft brush too. It happens to be a synthetic.
Thank you. I think I have that.
Yeah.
And what is the color we have mixed for that?
I'm going in with the cobalt chromite on the base. Okay.
Straight cobalt chromite?
Yep, basically that's what I'm using here. Now I'm going to go a little bit lighter. I'm still using the cobalt chromite, but if you remember the stem colors that I had made earlier, it's the cobalt chromite. It's got a little bit of the green in it and a little bit of, you could use the King's Blue, just taking it up a value. And if you need to warm it up a little bit, you could add a little tiny bit of, I'm using a little tiny bit of sap green in it. And I'm going in on the top over here.
Chromite, sap green, and
A little bit of titanium white.
thank you.
I just kind of went a little bit. I didn't do it, you know.
And that's for the mid-range?
That's like the lighter, if you look at this, this photo reference that I have of the thistle.
Oh, let me look at that.
And then I'm going back up to the top and putting a little bit of that in there, the darker. And I'm pushing up. The reason I'm pushing up is because I'm pushing up into the lower part of this flower.
You're
Okay.
pushing up and not dragging up?
I'm pushing up, not dragging from top to bottom. I'm going from bottom to top, right underneath, and pushing up like this. If you happen to have your iPhone or iPad and want to tune in on the live stream, I'm looking at it here, and Matt's got it zoomed in directly on this part that I'm working on, that you can see it. I know on our next live stream we're going to probably have another monitor and have that camera, since it's new to us. We didn't know what to expect. Also on the monitors. So
if I could, guys, I'd hide that feed, but I don't have a cable coming from back here to that monitor. It's just coming straight out of that camera to the monitor. But if you do go to the website or the YouTube stream, it'll be a little bit delayed, but you'll see wherever I'm.
So on our phone to get there,
just go to the my YouTube page.
Yeah, it should be the first hit.
okay, thanks.
So I'm taking a lighter value now. I'm using, if you remember, earlier I had taken the cad green, remember, and it's already opaque. And I mixed a little bit of King's Blue because I needed it to be a little bit cooler, and a little bit of titanium white. So I used 2 opaque colors, or actually 3 opaque colors. And I'm going to just suggest that there's little, if you look at it, it just looks like little spots. Reload.
there are 3 simple changes I tell all players.
Ads on your,
And sometimes you're gonna have commercials. That's a good thing for Sue, just saying.
Oh, geez, sorry. What the hell? Sorry.
Sounds like money to her.
That sounds like money to me. Cha-ching.
Scared me.
That's that monetization that we all look forward to.
So it's the live version, okay, the live,
Day 2.
day 2, thank you.
So in this particular thistle, looks like the light's coming from this upper right-hand side. So we're going to let this one lead our lighting situation. Now, I'm not going to get nuts in how you do this.
What colors are you using for those light greens?
The light green, I took cad green, titanium white, and a little bit of King's blue, because I needed it to be a little cooler than. And then I'm just moving through this a little bit. And I may not want quite as much detail on this as it's, because I don't like that. And I'm going to want a really sharp pick. I don't know if I've got it here. Let's see if I can do this. I'm going to take my brush, and I'm loading my brush just at the very tip, and I'm using this very small brush. And let me put some glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. It's funny how that works. Oops, and sunglasses won't work. Now, I'm just going to kind of.
Can these be kind of impasto, or they shouldn't be?
Some of this stuff might have to happen tomorrow. I'm thinking it may be too wet. I'm trying to do the little funky spikes. If you feel comfortable doing the little spikes with it not being wet, with it being wet, go ahead. Just keep a very light hand, because these are supposed to be little. Little sharp, little sticky things, and you don't want them to be fat. Now I'm doing it. It's happening for me. And I'm trying to let the goops do the work. You've heard me say it before. I know. I'm getting a shirt. I'm getting a t-shirt, y'all.
And what's it gonna say?
Let the goops do the work.
Goose.
That's when I load up the brush very thick and don't really put the bristles on it. I let the little blob or the goop do the work. See, you learn so much really interesting vocabulary when you work with me.
Where did you learn your vocabulary?
I learned it from Sue Justis. Oh, well, that explains it.
Shizzle.
The shizzle.
I'm gonna go to my grave thinking of you dark values, honey.
Yeah.
Dark values.
And the shizzles.
makes us sound like such a rebel, doesn't it?
Because we're so ghetto. We could just go on there and just at the shizzle. Because I'm actually channeling my Snoop Dogg.
That's right.
He knows so much.
You know what's so funny? Now you can, we all know that Martha Stewart, had to do some time. Right? And now you can get wine. It's in that whole criminal series. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it has a Snoop Dogg bottle and the Martha Stewart bottles are right next to each other.
That's hilarious.
And you can take your camera and get the story and hear them talking. Yeah. So you all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's funny. You put Snoop Dogg and Martha together, and only one of them is a federal, what do you call it?
Offender.
A felony.
Yeah.
Felon, yeah.
Yeah, and that's Martha Stewart.
Yeah, you wouldn't guess.
Snoop Dogg isn't that bad, but probably worse he was in there probably was for weed, for possession or something.
He was,
Well,
up for murder years and years ago, but they found him not guilty.
Oh.
Oh, was he really?
Yep, he made a song about it called Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Are you a Snoop Dogg aficionado?
I know everything there is to know about rap music.
Did not know this. This is a whole new side of Paula we didn't know.
Well, I want a t-shirt, the funniest t-shirt I saw, and it's Robin Williams, and Lord, how long has he been gone? But he was doing an interview with somebody, and he had on a t-shirt that said, "Free Martha Stewart." And I just,
I
that
loved him.
resonated with me. I love that shirt.
Well, Martha didn't do anything wrong, any more wrong than anybody else has done. They just wanted to make her into a,
Example.
yeah, and make an example of her.
Who's the
The powers that be, I suppose.
men?
Oh, interesting.
That's
Ooh.
my take.
Yeah.
Ooh.
As Ruth Bader said, we don't ask for anything special. We just ask that you get your foot off our neck.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So they had their foot on Martha's neck.
Interesting. So I'm just kind of popping in, and if I got it too light in here, I'm gonna take it down. I was just getting a little carried away with my little prickery things. I want to still keep the integrity of the darker values on the lower end of this little prickery thing. And I'm not gonna organize all my little stickers the way, I'm just going with it. As I work my way down, I'm looking at the other things, and I like how I have my color kind of layered up here. And now I'm looking at the different leaves that are still around this area, and I'm adding a little bit of the Caribbean turquoise. That's Michael Harding. It's the dark color. A little bit of the chromite, cobalt chromite, and some raw umber. And I'm just putting in some more of these little leaves and things. And remember, if you keep a light hand, you can get right across this paint. But you got to keep a light hand, or else you'll go through it. You're trying to stay on top of the blue paint, not blend into it, unless you're just blending the edges. Now I took a little bit of, I'm using green gold, but if you have the Celadon green, I'm just kind of putting some warmer values in some of the areas of the little leaves that are coming off this stalk. Where I can.
I love this close-up. I'm on my phone now.
Okay, good.
It's fabulous.
Good.
Thank you, man.
About the delay for future workshops, is that something that works for people? We could work on getting a secondary stream for in here that is lower
Yes.
latency, but it's not set up for today, so I just have to do it. It's about an 8-second delay, maybe.
That's okay. You mean so we can see a light shot of all this in here?
Yep, that's something we could work on in a future workshop, is have a secondary local stream that's maybe not on YouTube, so there's no ads or anything. It's just
That'd be
a
fabulous.
straight feed of that.
Right, we're getting better at this. That's our goal.
Awesome.
So you guys are kind of like the guinea pigs when it comes to our
Hey, guinea pig.
it's our electronic what we get to do here, and I know that I just from past workshops, how much that is how people depend on. They got to see what you're doing. That's a given.
That is one thing the Caryville workshops do better. They have the projection screen in that room
Right.
with somewhat better lighting, so we can have projection and it's
Right.
a bigger screen, but still, I mean,
You guys do a phenomenal job.
Yeah,
We're getting better.
yeah, it's really, really well done.
We get better.
These type shots are clutch.
Good. So now this is like what we're also learning. It's like now I want people to come to my workshops, but I want people to say, oh, why do I have to come to a workshop when I can watch it for free? So eventually a lot of these, what's going to happen once we get enough followers built up on our membership and on Patreon, this will only be available to the folks that are like my members or Patreon people, because I mean, we may throw one or two of them up, but I think eventually it's going to be something that for paying folks. So for us, it's a given. We get to see this when it's everybody can see it tomorrow after the first day. After it's no longer live, it becomes a video. So know that regardless of where you leave off on this particular piece, you can always go back to it and watch this. What you're seeing right now, you'll be able to access anytime.
Lisa Hanson was wondering if she could see this.
She can go right on right now.
send that link. I'll also say, because in this room the internet connection is pretty unstable until we can get it hardwired, the lag and all that's in the recorded video. In addition to the screen, I also do a recording to a hard drive over here. So, we could completely lose internet, but we'd still have that recording to upload after the fact if we had to. So it's not like it's
Right.
Awesome.
Matt's got it all worked out. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
Okay, come on there, you little stinker. That's not a good color. I need more. I know when I need to have cleaner white. When my white starts getting too much other color in it. Yes.
These pieces are gonna be Mom's Christmas present.
Oh, how fun!
She always loves watching the birds outside.
Oh, I love that.
She was just testing that this morning.
She has that piece that you gave her as a postage on the living room mantel.
Oh, does she?
She's a lot of
I thought she was gonna leave it in your kitchen.
No, she's very minimalist.
Mhm.
Everything's like just white, and then she's got this little painting on the mantel with a little elephant. It's really pretty.
Good.
I love it when people do that. It's minimal and you're drawn right to the art.
Yeah.
Well, I stayed with Joanne's mom in Vancouver when I went to the last time I went to the AFC show, the Artists for Conservation, and she was such an amazing host. You're good. You're in good hands when you get off you get off a plane. You have to go through customs. You have to do all this stuff, and by the time you pull up to her door, and I don't know where I'm going. I've never met this woman before, but I know Joanne, and she's expecting me. Miss Barbara was expecting me, so I get up to the door, knock on the door. She opened, with open arms, and already had a glass of wine waiting for me as I walked in the door. And I was like, you and me, girl, we're gonna have some fun. And we did. We'd stay up till, for your mom, 11 o'clock at night's nothing, right?
She lives alone. She just loves the company.
So, but 11 o'clock, her time is 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock. Is it just 3 hours?
Yeah.
Is it just 3 hours difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 2 o'clock. I'm up till 2 o'clock with my clock in my body is telling me it's time for bed.
Oh, she's seen
But
me
she's
so
like-
many times over the years, and it's a long trip. I mean, I'm sorry, and you can vouch for that. You go to Vancouver and then another 5 hours down to Hawaii.
Yeah, it's 6 hours difference, right? In Hawaii?
Well, I just remember Suzanne mentioning your mom doing that, and it made her whole trip.
Yes, just being,
Well, they still text and talk.
Oh yeah, I always have to go ahead and see how my buddy's doing.
And then we had a surprise birthday party for Mom, so all of her friends, I gathered birthday cards from, I mean, because not everyone could come, so we gathered about 50 birthday greeting cards. And I bought an ebony box and put them all inside, but Suzanne wrote a really nice
Aw.
one. So she's got the box on the table, and she can go back and look at those whenever.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
I'm just touching up, I'm getting some of the lighter values that are in my little flowers. And if you look, you're gonna see some little purple bits. You might wanna put more purple bits in it. Just because it's fun. Put a little dark value of purple bits. Isn't that's even just fun to say. Purple bit dark values, little purple bits. Get your little purple bits out there.
I like doing these flowers a lot more than I like doing the lower foreground. To me,
Really?
it's so hard. Yeah.
This is interesting to me because I think the bottom part's a lot easier because you're just layering stuff until you, really,
Yeah.
it's like gagging you.
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here, folks. It's gagging her.
I think it's the uncertainty,
There you go.
right?
Is it-
If it's super defined,
Which is such a mishmash of stuff.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
The uncertainty.
You just had a new person chime in, Purple Phoenix Art by Michelle DR.
Oh yeah, Michelle, how are you? She's been popping in. I want to say hi.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Purple Phoenix. It's Michelle. She's been very sweet. You were getting ready, weren't you getting ready to get some paintbrushes and some good stuff? Hope everything's good on your end. She talks to me on my YouTube channel. And see, it's nice when other people kind of come in because I always feel like, you know, when you're on the, like one end of a camera or one end of the screen and people talk to you, I want to see who you're talking to. And it's nice when people can chime in and you get to know folks. I'm using a very small brush. If you have a really good or a very fine sword or dagger that happens to be very small, like that you can keep a little sharp edge, then you can use that in this area too.
What area?
Where I'm just playing with this spiky little thistle flower.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Communicate, Sue.
No, you are. I just looked down and I got lost.
Okay.
It's me.
All right. I'm going to leave that alone because I think I'm getting a little crazy here. And I'm going to keep moving through.
So for the white mixture, how did you do that? Just a little magenta and white?
Yes. I'm going to leave that because I can't seem to get this other purple color. So I'm going to leave it until I figure that out. I'm going to keep moving through. We go to the next flower and then the next flower.
So you're just making it more detailed now?
Yep, just popping in where I can. I'm looking, I kind of did the base and I'm sorry because I know the tight picture has my hand in the way. But, I was just kind of working on this and a little bit of this, but I know I need to let it dry a little bit. So I'm just going to keep moving through the flowers.
What if we needed to kind of adjust our sky
Yes?
before we do the little?
You'll want to have your sky looking feeling pretty good in the back before you start getting all this detail up here, because when you do that, then you're not going to want to change it again.
Yeah. Is anyone else having trouble with their sky?
I am.
Yeah.
Because I'm on.
The thing is, what I've noticed is a lot of you aren't putting enough paint down.
I've got.
If you're going too thinly with the paint and you're moving your, and you're seeing it's very, very streaky, use more paint, like the actual volume of paint, make it more, and then also use only just a little tiny bit of oil just so it slides a little bit better, but you got to use the volume of paint. And then once it's down, try to use your softest brush to blend. and use a light hand with your softest brush, meaning do not press. And I think about
I think
one.
that's my problem, I don't have soft brushes.
Grab some of your else
That's
napkins. Listen to me. These are napkins now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Michelle. She says she's sending love from Murphy, North Carolina.
Thank you, Michelle.
Where is Murphy?
Where is Murphy? We want to know. Michelle, where's Murphy? North Carolina. Educate us. We want to know. Hopefully she'll come back on and tell us. Do.
So, sorry, my last question about Sky. If we do need to fix it, do we just try and fix certain areas, or do we
Let me come over and let me see.
go over the whole thing?
See if I can help you.
Sorry, guys.
All right, then everybody come over here. If anybody having trouble with Sky,
Yeah.
let me show you. So I only have to show once instead of going to each table. All right, Matt, is there? I don't know if you can come in. I don't know. He's seeing us over here.
Turn this around.
As long as it's fine, it's fine. But I'm going to get in your seat.
Oh, okay. Well, there's some brushes too.
And actually, I just think it looks really pretty.
Well, thank you. Honestly, it looks better from this side because of the way the light's hitting it. But from the other side,
Oh.
it's got all kinds of scratches in it, and it's uneven and
Okay.
straight.
First of all, you got to have enough volume. So the volume of your paint
It's
is.
all patchy and.
Look at this. You've got this big horsehair brush.
I'm sorry, wait.
I'm just looking at what you got here.
Well, here's a bunch more.
Oopsie, what is this? Okay. So, is this your paint?
Yeah,
I need more. Is this more of it?
yeah. Do you want ultramarine?
I'm just trying to find myself here. I'm just making myself at home. All right. So, if I'm popping this in, you want to get a good enough coverage.
Oh, no, I'm good. I can see it very well. Thank you.
And that means you want to have enough paint down. And if you're too thin on paint, it won't work.
Probably need some more.
I'm trying to get the coverage here. So if I go in here like this, I'm trying to get away from here. Then you have your cerulean up here,
Yeah, this was ultra cool.
and here's your cerulean. I got cerulean right here.
This is
And
ultra cobalt. And
Is that your oil?
Yeah.
Is there more?
Uh-huh. Right in there.
I'll let you do that. Okay. So I'll just pop a little bit into the paint. Grab a little bit more. So if you're coming in here, because if we get in here and start hitting your other green places, you're probably going, wait, what? I'm just trying to get the coverage here first. And I keep getting some green on this, and I don't know why, because I haven't touched it.
I can squeeze out some more paint.
Yeah, I'll need some cerulean too.
Okay.
That's a little bit better. That's okay, we'll get it.
I have so much paint.
It's okay. We got this. I think we got it. I found another little stash of it.
Well, I tried putting them all in the same bag so I find them.
Right?
Here we go. See what's cerulean.
Yeah. So right now you can see I've got quite a bit of coverage here. And then we'll just go in with this is your cobalt.
Uh-huh. You want some more ultra too?
You won't hurt because you'll probably need it eventually or something.
So is that who will be?
That's fun.
I just want everybody to see this one time, then you'll know what to do. And I'm going in here with your mid-tone cobalt, or your, I should say mid-temperature, and then here's your ultramarine. So if I get up here, let's get up there, get up there. Okay, so now we got this coverage. You see all this big streaky hot mess, right? Hang on. Now that we've got some paint down, use your, all right, we have that. That's soft enough. I dip it in a little bit of oil, tap it out. You don't want it oily. Just and I don't want to hit your painting. Please, this does act like it's a little bit like it's dirty.
Scratches it off or something.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
Okay.
My brushless.
That's a clean brush thing. See what I'm doing here? I'm knocking down. If you look at the top, I'm knocking down the lines.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and I'm doing this now. I'm trying to, and I just keep moving through it. See how I'm barely touching it, and then just keep moving through. I wonder why that is. I guess it's just feels like it's another, like it's a little.
It's just from a long time ago and it didn't get cleaned, right?
Okay, I think that's what it is.
Scratching.
If for some reason this doesn't do what we want it to do, you're gonna let it dry and hit it again tomorrow.
Okay.
I think, but try to get your plants in so that you're not having to go around that. So if you're happy with the amount of paint here, hang on, let's go ahead and hit this again with this here.
I decided I don't like this substrate.
She has made the decision.
Hard for me.
I like the toothier side than this one, than the slick.
Yeah, I did.
I think mine came kind of on camera, so there was one side super
Uh-huh.
slick. So I like a little something to paint to grab on too.
Right, and that's the thing. A lot of people can't or don't want to do this. Now, if you remember the last workshop, we did one on canvas and one on the Bobcat was on the slick surface. Do you remember how that felt for you then?
Yeah.
Did you not like it either?
I didn't like it.
Okay.
It's sitting undone on my studio floor.
Okay.
Staring at me.
Okay, so you had you both. So nobody said anything last time, like they didn't like the surface, or did I not
actually
hear?
kind of like that smooth surface the last time. Because we did the Bobcat on
Exactly.
smooth surface.
Yeah.
I did.
I think it kind of depends on what you're doing, you know?
Yeah.
The surface seems harder than the bobcat.
It's nice to practice.
But this
with
is
something different.
Yeah.
this side. If this is the super slick side, is the same as the Bobcats. But the last one probably had that. Don't worry about anything else at this point with this.
Okay.
It's a lot better, and you can always hit it again. If you look at mine, the first one, it's not completely solid.
Okay.
So hopefully that answered that
So,
helps.
Should I like lay off doing the flower fuzzy part?
No, if you would like come in here and, so for example, since I just kind of knocked it down on you. Put back in here and put that back in. Hang on. And then you have to kind of just, you have to keep going back and, you know what I'm saying, and just hit it like that.
Thank you so
All right?
much.
Okay. All right, does anybody else have a, pretty soon? Yeah, pretty soon. taking another
What's all
minute.
game going on outside?
Sounds like it. Okay.
I think they're down there at the care center.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think. Sounds
Sorry, Matt. Okay, now I'm gonna go back into this other little flower over here. Boy, you really do hear people. I wonder how much do they hear of us? Do we sound as loud?
probably not.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're going back in here. I'm going to go, you remember we made took the magenta, added a little bit of black, made us a little shade. I'm throwing shade, people. The base of my thistle flower. And I'm gonna go in with, and see, this is when it's good to have one that's slightly frayed.
Fine line between impressionism and realism, huh?
Are you finding that fine line? I love it. A fine line.
I'm looking for that fine line, I think. I think I've got an impressionistic piece that needs some real something, yeah.
Some real something going on?
Yeah.
Love it. I love to hear the and that doesn't mean I won't come back and hit that little thistle again. But I'm kind of feeling like I want to get into its little body, little bottom part.
I think that's one of the problems with the itchy side of the substrate is that it does need to be a certain amount dry.
Yeah, tomorrow you'll see that all the detail and everything goes on so much smoother, easier when you have some paint down.
Yeah.
All right, so you wanted to know where Murphy, North Carolina is. It's western part of North Carolina. It's, if that helps, near Hayville. 18 and a half hours from Waynesville, North Carolina. I don't get out much. Sorry, guys. 18, oh no, an hour and a half. I'm sorry. You're an hour and a half outside of Waynesville, and that's where my sister lives, is in Waynesville. And that's where Twigs and Leaves Art Gallery is that carries my work. So Waynesville is a neat little town.
It's a nice little trip.
It is a nice little trip.
I had a good time.
I'm going down next Saturday after class,
Are you?
just to go.
To Waynesville?
Yep, just to go and see the galleries and see the place where you can have lunch.
Oh, there's lots of good places.
Stop at Trader Joe's on the way back. Trader Joe's.
Well, maybe there's one.
That was just at Trader Joe's.
Okie dokie, cookamokie. Now, I could just keep going with the colors that I have here. Let me see what I got here. This is kind of something fun. Adding a little bit of my phthalo blue zinc white mixture to some Caribbean turquoise, and it made for a really fun color. And I'm gonna put that in here.
Thanks, Julie.
I'm going to add a little bit of titanium white to it.
What area are you putting?
I'm working on the little thistle bulb behind the bird's head over here
Okay.
on the right.
amazing how you can see those colors in there.
Well, actually, I'm looking more at my original painting. I've not even got a picture up yet. But I just wanted to put that color in because it's really fun and I like the color. Sometimes it doesn't always make, sometimes I just do something because it feels good. I'm not always,
Oh, you put it on the bird.
not on purpose, no.
Oh, okay.
If I did, it's not there on purpose. I'm just trying to get some of this color in here. Then I'm going in with some of the color in the blue over here and cleaning that shape up. Boy, that's really loud down there.
Is that the carousel?
I wonder, there may be a children's party and they may have the foyer open below us.
Something's going on, it sounds like it.
And I'm not gonna worry about the tiny detail behind there. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Because I don't think I can actually get in there and do what I wanna do. All right. And I'm just keep moving through. Because I'm dying to get into the bird. Kinda.
I don't know that my bird is gonna allow me to touch him until tomorrow.
Okay. Sometimes that happens. You know how birds can be.
It's like the paint just starts. Yeah, it's a good word for it.
That's exactly what's happening to me.
What is it doing?
Just start scratching.
Okay.
It's leaving marks.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, my advice when that starts to happen is press less, use more. I heard that too.
Welcome to East Tennessee.
What did he say?
I heard that. So for the folks that are listening or watching online in the live stream, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's a party or something going right on directly below us here at the Carousel Carving Studio, and we can hear it. And so we're just commenting to the comments that we're hearing. One being, I heard that, which is a very, if you're not from this area, it's, how would you say? It's a way of emphasizing, like, I agree. It's like saying, I agree. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. So if somebody says, I heard that.
Oh, no.
Now you know. This is Southern vernacular.
Paula, do they say that in Iowa?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. I'm gonna go in with a little bit larger brush because I was not getting the effects that I wanted here with this little brush. So I'm going in with my sort of slightly frayed brush. And I know I'm gonna have to go in there with lots of little spiky bits here tomorrow when it dries a little bit. So I hope it dries. And I like to add a little bit more magenta.
Like a Dyson hairdryer.
There you go. Those things are supposedly really expensive. I do not have one.
A Dyson hairdryer?
Yeah.
What's that? Like the vacuum cleaner company?
It's, yeah.
Makes hairdryers?
Yes.
They're supposed to be wonderful.
They're about $300 for a hairdryer. So,
I think and when they first came out, they were about $5.
Yeah, my hair doesn't have to be dried that bad.
I haven't touched a hairdryer since we got to Tennessee.
Really?
I'm part African and my hair just curls straight up.
Oh, you're lucky.
So it just, the minute I get out of the shower, I get this Superman curl right up front. And
It's pretty.
you can't blow it out, so.
Some people pay good money to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We always want what we don't have, I think, right?
Right. This seems like it.
That is, I think, human nature.
And at least it's the Superman girl, that's cool. Yeah.
And we're going back in with purple. So I'm just milling around all my little flowers and basically doing the same thing I did initially. If you'll remember how I'm going in with this.
The spiky things are fun, I think,
Yeah.
on the flowers.
And if you are lucky enough to have an opportunity where you got a really good bad brush that's frayed, and you can just go and hit all the spiky things with just a few strokes as opposed to, putting each one in, then it's even better.
Thistles, are they like from Arizona, or are they from
We have them here.
everywhere?
Actually, some of the photo references that I sent you are ones I took when Singer and I go for a walk, just downtown. They're everywhere. Have you never seen a thistle?
No, not that I know of.
Beautiful.
They make.
Got thistles over on Rome now.
I'm sure you have thistle. You just never ran into one.
Rome now.
They're there.
They're fun. I'm sure they don't feel too good if you run.
No,
I
but
think
they
have a
make.
histamine property to them if you get pricked by one.
Yeah.
They make a little tiny black seed. So inside, when the thistle flower dies out, there's a little tiny black seed, and birds like the goldfinch and other finches go crazy for thistle seed. It's a super black seed, and if you go to bird stores or had caged birds, and you're buying thistle, it's very expensive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Talk about your bird.
My bird?
Suzanne, yeah.
Oh, Leo?
I don't know what his name is.
Leo is a cockatiel. And we have Leo because he got away from somebody and he ended up living with us. We tried to find his people, but nobody claimed him.
Really?
And so we thought, well, I guess we're gonna have to keep a bird. And that's where he came from.
How long ago was that?
How long ago was that, Matt?
Oh,
10 years?
Wow.
10 years?
8 or 9. Definitely.
No, it's getting closer to 10
I
because,
think 2013, so yeah, right at 9.
right, because Hannah was still in high school.
Yep.
So it was like,
He's happy.
Anybody been to that shop downtown, Little Shop of Feathers?
yeah.
I always wanted to. What's it like?
It's probably the neatest pet store I've ever been in that
Really?
she breeds them
Mhm.
once they are adopted.
Oh, wow.
So when they hatch, they've already got a family in mind. And she's got every kind of little bird imaginable down there. I mean, it's a lot of different species.
A lot of species of just like parrots and parrotlets, the little tiny parrots. She has lovebirds. She's got Quaker parrots, lots of small parrots, cockatiels, budgies. She even has English budgies. And budgies are what a lot of people call parakeets.
Oh, there.
And the thing about the English budgie is a much, much stouter, taller, bigger bird than the budgies you get in, around here at the pet store. As a kid, I used to, when we first moved to Tennessee, I used to breed budgies. And I had a little room that was off what had been the original kitchen to the house that we lived in. I converted it into a big indoor aviary. And it was so cool because I'd have just nest boxes attached to the wall. And I would come in and I'd have my little, it's all you have to do. Give a bird a nest box, and as long as you got one of each sex, you're gonna have baby birds. And I had all kinds of little baby budgies. It was fun. I like budgies. I think they're
I like
the,
that word, budgie.
yeah, budgies. Better than parakeet. Because parakeet really is a type of bird species, but that's not what people think of. Okay, yeah, I'm having fun with the little fuzzy parts of these flowers.
I'm gonna have to quit pretty soon. I think the more changes I try to make, the more it pulls the paint.
Okay,
And even with a lot of paint.
okay.
But
Well-
I think I got a good coat for sticking tomorrow.
Well, when we start onto the bird, it's gonna be easier. We'll jump on the bird here in a few. I just wanted to get, I think I wanna work on these little stump things, these little, I know they're called like bulbs. I don't know what you call the actual part of the,
The green stuff?
yeah, the bulbous part of the plant. And I'm going in with,
It's kind of like, I wonder if it's not, is it a seed pod?
well, it gets to, that's the pod that holds, like this part, like hummingbirds like this too, because each one of these things, it's like a little tube, they can get their little nose in there, and each one of those things makes a seed. So, yeah, it's kind of like a seed pod. I'm gonna have to study that, figure that out. Again.
So your knowledge of the natural world, especially in this part of the country, is amazing.
Oh, well, thank you.
We actually saw a movie a couple of nights ago where my husband and I were talking about you. There's a movie called Where the Crawdads Sing.
Oh,
And there's a young lady in the movie that illustrates wildlife books.
Oh,
It really made me think a lot of how proficient you are and how much you know.
Knowledgeable, yeah,
well, thank you.
absolutely.
You know, my degree is in animal science. It's what I studied in school, but I actually have a minor in wildlife management and, believe it or not, anthropology, human origins and anthropology.
Awesome.
So a little bit, I kind of was, you know, and everybody expects that. Well, where did the art part come into it? And I think it usually surprises me. I never even took an art history class. I never had any kind of art in college. And I kind of wish I had. I wish that I at least had some art history. So pretty much everything that I might have learned about art is something that I've only really studied or learned in the past 10, 15 years. There was a time when I really didn't even like or appreciate a lot of the modern art. And it's only in the last 10 years that I've actually gotten a huge appreciation for it.
Well, I'm with you there.
I'm a latecomer to that whole modern art scene, but I do like it.
Do you think it's because your mom painted and you were around it so much?
Yeah, and with the kind of work that my mother painted was very similar to what I do now. So it was all representational. My mom did some wildlife, but she was mainly an equestrian artist.
Wow.
So in New York State, my mom was well known for what she did, especially within the, I know you're probably not familiar with this particular type of horse experience, but there's something called Western reining. And we were into that whole scene, which is, it's just a different school of riding, I guess, if you will. And it's like an event where you do lots of slide stops and patterns. You have to do all these patterns. And anyway, we went to all the shows. And back then there wasn't any Wi-Fi, you know, there was no internet. So Mom's advertisement came mainly through word of mouth and through going to these events, these shows and stuff. And
That is so cool.
my mother's she's an amazing artist, but that was the kind of art that I was used to seeing. So as far as I was concerned, that's the only kind of art there was. I mean, I remember going to museums and liking what I saw, but not really digging it because it didn't look real to me. It didn't look like anything. And my brain is so, I don't know, analytic at the time that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see stuff that I recognized. And So, it wasn't till later. I remember my husband and I at one point lived in Nashville. And there had been a big show called the Bridgestone Collection out of Japan, came to the United States. And at the Frisk Center of whatever, it's one of the stadiums or venues that they had there. They brought this collection in. And they had Renoirs, they had Van Goghs, they had Picasso's work. There was a lot of art. They had a lot of that kind of a collection. It was very vast. And I remember what I thought of Van Gogh prior to my going to this event was the pieces that you think of Van Gogh in his later years. But if you look at any of his work that he did prior to when he was still a missionary, the colors are what it looked very realistic. They were very muted colors, and the color that they were beautiful. And there was a painting that he did of a windmill on a hill, and it was only about an 8x10. It was a super small piece, but I remembered just being glued to it and really getting pulled in because it was so different than anything else I'd ever seen of Van Gogh's. And then I wanted to know more. It pulled me in, wanting to learn more, wanting to know more. And that really is the beginning of where I just really started becoming more and more interested in art. You know, but even then it was kind of more of a hobby. It wasn't until later where it started to becoming, you know, like a full-time profession. But knowing, you know, understanding and going to museums, I have to tell you guys, if you don't go to museums, I mean, try to go to museums as often as you can. You have a whole new appreciation of the works of people that came before you. And also, another wonderful thing about really looking at art in a museum is that if you really look closely, you can see their brush strokes. You can see where they kind of made a little bit of a mistake and tried to cover it up, or they tried to change something. And these are the same things that we all deal with as artists, right? A lot of times we say, ooh, I gotta skinny this up a lit, or ooh, this needs to come out this way. They did the same thing. And when you actually look at this work and you really, really analyze it, it makes you feel good. It just makes you feel good.
I get chills when I see their brush strokes.
Yep.
It's just like, oh wow.
Yep. And you're like, I see what you did there. It's like, I know what you were doing there.
Yeah.
Yep. That's probably the best part of it.
If I'm not standing there sobbing.
Exactly. And I one of the first times I went to DC, I had jumped on a tour, and they had one of the Dossets there that was giving the tour through the Impressionists' works. And here's all these pictures, these paintings that I have seen in books my whole life. And I'm standing before this Renoir. I go walk into this room, and I'm looking at these Renoirs, and I'm as close as you can be without setting off the alarms, you know? And I'm just looking at it, and I start to bawl. I just absolutely started to bawl. And then I'm thinking, I don't want all these people that are on this tour to see me doing this, because I'm like, oh geez, oh geez, oh geez, you know, trying to walk around and not be seen.
That you reacted emotionally.
Well, yeah, I didn't expect to. It just kind of happened, and yeah, it was magical.
Well, you know, you think about it. When I was in school, the first painting they ever hung up in the hall, I felt like I was naked.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like anybody who saw me could see right through my clothes, because I had put so much of myself in.
Of course.
Oh, that's.
And I was almost embarrassed.
And that's a very common feeling when it
I
comes
think
to.
that's the difference between somebody who is commercially driven and somebody who really puts their soul into what they do.
I agree. I agree.
My folks were both archaeologists, so I grew up with a lot of ancient art. And my mother loved painting, so when she'd have her days off, we'd go look at paintings. And I remember, like, back then, I remember her actually telling me to, "Shh, don't say that so loud." Because we went to a modern art museum and we saw the paint can, the Warhol paint can. I was like, well, I could trace that, you know. What's that all about? Couldn't you find anything more fun to paint? So,
Okay, honey, just be quiet.
right, she's like,
That's hilarious. Well, I mean, it's funny because my mother, even though my mother is classically trained, she went to Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York, but she never really insisted that we, I mean, I would have loved to have gone to museums as a kid. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I wasn't ready for it. My dad would take me to museums, but to like the Natural History Museum. And I loved, because I was in love with dinosaurs as a small kid. And my father would even take me out of school just to take me to the museum, because he knew, he was one to believe you're going to learn more a day at the museum than you will a week in school.
Yeah.
And so, but he didn't take me to art museums. He took me to other, you know, he knew I liked that.
He
So
took you to the track.
yeah, Dad took me to the track. You know what? That probably would have happened, or could have happened, or did happen. Dad liked the. There was a time when my parents were good. Actually, thought they were going to get into because we had horses growing up, but the horses we always had just riding, normal riding horses. But in New York, there's a lot of tracks, and they would go to these auctions to potentially buy trotters and pacers, because that's a, you know, and I thought at one point we were going to have a bunch of standard breds. They were going to get into it, but they never did, which I'm kind of glad they didn't. I don't know if I necessarily, the animals like that on the tracks, they don't really have the best
no, they don't.
lives, and I don't know. That's just me. I mean, I know it's an industry just like everything else, but. Okay, so I'm just kind of hitting around the areas. I'm just kind of, you know, and I feel like I'm going to get ready to get into the stem, and I'm going to jump into the bird very soon. Just wanted to see how everybody else was doing here. I know there's going to be more detail that I'm going to put in here, but for now, I'm kind of happy with what I got. Maybe we will do the bird soon. I'm going to walk around the room here in a minute and wash my hands, because, you know, my hands. And I seem to always get a lot more paint on me than I should. And I always feel like there's no paper towels, so I'm coming over here first. How are we doing, everybody?
Good.
Good.
It's a bird.
It's a bird. Are you feeling like it's a bird?
It's a plane.
And that looks good. Don't be afraid to go right into that paint, though. You can actually cut into that paint to make that stand, you know, to get into it more. Okay, so don't be afraid to put it in there, because it'll happen for you. And just go with the opaque. How you doing? Your flowers seem a little bit purple, like more muted than the magenta. Is that something you're doing on purpose?
What do you mean?
These look like the wrong, they're not this color. They're more,
I tried to get that color.
do you have the magenta?
Yeah, it's right here.
Now see that magenta, this is my magenta.
Yeah, mine's different. I
Oh.
tried my best to get that pinky color, and it just might show.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is totally different. I'm grabbing some of yours.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does she need magenta?
Yeah, I heard magenta is a different color. What kind do you have? Oh, wow. Yeah, hers is more of a bluey purple. Yeah, I mean, it looks good.
I've got some.
Yeah, I have.
It's
I've
okay,
got-
I don't want to do it again.
I've got Campbell.
Okay, we're gonna put a little bit of this on. You can, I want you to at least have the right color.
Don't touch
You
it.
don't have to, and you know it's not gonna, you're gonna want to go ahead and break up that pom-pom, bring it into the wet, so that you have the spikes, okay?
Touch it.
Thank you.
How, I wasn't really paying attention.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, get up for a second. I'm gonna show you how. Oh, you got a nice pillow for me to sit on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, you know what? That's how you know you're getting old, when you start making noises when you sit down. When you go, oh.
Yeah, baby.
Oh. I'm so excited to sit down. This is awesome. And I did. I brought my mother had told me, you're not always going to want to stand still. Like, no, man, you know. And then I brought the stool, but look at me. I'm using the stool to hold my drinks because, you know, priorities. So where you have it just like, you got to pull it up. It's almost like more, think of it as being spiky. It's spiky. If you have like a crappy brush, let's see if you, it doesn't have to be a crappy brush. This is a good brush, but it's a soft brush. Let's try this. You can usually get it in a lot faster. If you just let it kind of like that. And then, so you let it blend the first time like that. And then you will go back and put your colors in. So if you went in with this one straight,
Oh, I didn't have that one.
yeah. But that's the idea. So try to go back and just spike it up a little bit, and it will look, and then you'll end up going a little bit lighter around the edges. But you'll want to fill this in too before you get done today, so we can get into all the other little
I'm always
details.
so surprised at how different the colors are, but, you know.
Brand to brand.
Yeah.
Yours looks good. You're doing it right. You
I
are.
tried to get that color, but it just.
Well,
I know, and I
wasn't
didn't
that
know.
color in the beginning.
And that's the thing I can't, that's why I usually will tell you I have magenta from Michael Harding.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting everybody to go out and buy Michael Harding, but to understand that, yeah, that's the color I used for the piece. Therefore, it's very likely that that color is going to be, it made to be different. Some of them are the same, but like I said, I like certain colors for certain things. And I like Winsor Newton, titanium white, sap green, burnt sienna, ivory black. Those are givens for me, but then I'll jump into another color. I can use Richardson's King's Blue and Michael Harding's King's Blue interchangeably, and not, you know, it's almost, you can't tell the difference. That's looking good. Tell me what you're doing. I like your, so you fixed your back.
Right. I mean, I'm still struggling.
You want me to help you with that? Or do you? Okay, you have to get up.
Sorry.
You're good.
No pillow for me today. Oh, well, jeez. Okay, let's see what you got here. Let's see. Now, this is a hard brush.
I'll put in my brushes because I don't wash them out good.
I am not going to use any. Grab a little bit of that. Put a little more of that in there. Now just put a little bit. And I'm going to put some more in there.
Do you always wash your brushes out good?
I usually do. Last night I didn't because I didn't have the stuff. But when I got in today, I used the Dawn dish detergent to get in because I forgot to bring the other things.
I'm
mean, there's-
terrible.
What did you say?
I said I'm terrible about that. I'm usually a one-use.
Oh, not me. I can't afford to do it that way.
Suppose if I invested more in brushes, I wouldn't. But
Oh, I know. I like her thistle a lot.
They're kind of the thistle part.
I think I like painting this.
You like
I
painting
like
thistles?
this. I like the colors.
Me too.
And the brush.
Glad I finally got the double pins. Cover it.
Yeah. Everything else will stick easier. It's like I wash my hands so much in the giving course of a given day just to get the soft stuff. Just trying to knock it down, knock it down, knock it down, knock it down, knock it down.
Looking much better.
Just it's the amount of paint. And sometimes as it, you see how sometimes even I'm hitting it and it does cut through, but what happens sometimes here now is that as it dries, it kind of pulls in. It will,
Abby, yours is pretty.
Thank you. Very pretty.
Thank you.
it's so quiet.
You're so quiet, Abby, I didn't even know you were home.
She's just like a little tiny mouse.
I know.
Just a little tiny mouse over there.
I'm listening to everything.
Do what now?
I said I'm listening to everything.
That's right. She's a fly on the wall. She's not a mouse. She's a fly on the wall, just listening.
Models get finished with grapes, I might need to see a little bit of help in our sky.
Okay.
It's hard. It's hard to not get.
You gotta have the,
This,
Yeah.
but the look of it is really pretty on the swoop though.
and try to knock it down, knock it down, knock it down.
I'm gonna set my brushes.
Yep, it's a good idea. Anytime you can get them to clean out a little bit. A little bit of, you can use straight Murphy soap, let them sit overnight. The only problem you have to worry about is suspend them so they're not,
Bend.
yeah. So you just kind of keep hitting it a little bit. If I'm pulling a little bit of this color down into it, it gets harder when you start getting stuff in the way, like flowers and stuff. But that'll work. And then you can take, well, since you've got,
I'm using that.
okay, but say like in here, you can go like this and suggest that there's stuff coming up. You don't even have to do it it doesn't have to make that much sense. I know that's probably a weird word, the way to say it, but just suggesting that there's plants coming up and then you can go back in and put some little, same on this side. Because there is a lot of paint. You might have to let some of that dry but it does better if it has more paint. The sounds you girls make, oh my goodness. I hear this eck. Eck. And anytime you get a chance to hit this with a little bit more contrast, that'll make this flower stand out. And then you just kind of taper it off and make it make sense. Alter the shapes, do whatever you need to do, but it just gotta happen. Just like a lot of this is just light touch because you can see that paint is thick. So you just kind of light touch it, but you're doing great. You'll want to.
I haven't started with the thistles yet.
And I see that you're still going in here too, because you're going to have a thistle thing to this guy, and then just your like what we did here, all in there.
What colors for that? It's little thistle hairs.
What I did was first I'll show you on one, and then
Okay.
So I still kind of kept it a little bit cooler, maybe a little bit warmer than the initial color, and I did it lighter. Oops, hang on, that's not good. I thought I could do it with this, but maybe not. Well, first of all, I made the mid-tone a little bit lighter here, and I'm following the shape of the round, the roundness. Then I did the bottom of it a little darker. And the one that's behind here. So if there's a thistle behind here, then you're going to want this edge to be lighter. And you can do little spiky things on this too.
Did you use a little brush?
I did use a little brush. You're probably going to need to use a little brush. But let's see what you got here. I'm just doing, kind of moving through it here. And if there's too much paint, just keep going through, highlight the top part of your stems. You'll want to go in and get the little chips of white out. I'm trying to think what else. And then you can always, since we've got that blue kind of in now, where's your rag? So like up here. I love how soft that is that you have. So you might want to just keep them kind of below the line where you've already got the softness in there. Let's just kind of get rid of that, those spots. We'll just put some more in there. And then you just add some more titanium white. Was that mine? Oh, did I leave it here? Thank you. You'll want to go in and just do the same kind of thing to these and bring them above it. Then you'll be, and so you want to have your lighter color around the tops. And then it'll stand out against that blue sky. Good? Oh, excuse me.
I'm having trouble with this foreground.
Okay. What part are you having trouble with?
All this.
But you're doing it. You're doing it correctly. You just need to have you're just doing lighter tones or lighter values. You need some darker ones behind it. So use your chromite green, your cobalt chromite, maybe a little bit of ultramarine and raw umber, and then only mix a little tiny bit of white in it. So it's, yeah, but that's too dark. So you've got to be darker than this background color. Let me show you real quick, and that way you'll know where. I'll show you in an area because I don't know if I did that with yours. You have your. Oh, this is fine. So like.
That's sad, I ran out of.
This is your chromite.
Yeah.
And you have it right there. So if I take that, and I know that it's going to be opaque, and we're going to take a little bit of ultramarine, and a little bit of, in this case, burnt umber. Now, that's very dark, but if I add a little bit of King's Blue or something that will make it a little opaque, works on the opacity, and this, let's just say I did that, but it's still not enough, and I want it to be a little brighter. Again, it's going to help with the opacity. Okay, so now, and because that is CAG yellow.
Yeah.
So if I do something that's back here,
That already makes a huge difference.
and start, whatever it is that you're going to do. So say I did that. and you have another one here, whatever.
I'm gonna take.
And you can also bring some of these up so they, just suggest that it's something. And you can even let it be
I keep
fuzzy.
feeling.
So then once you
the
do
urge to
that,
stop.
you may actually take a little bit
Because-
of a, do a little tiny highlight on it if you want to.
Stop.
All right. So then you have that showing. Then you got to go back. So if you have
It
this
needs to
shape,
rest,
Yeah.
right, it needs to sit a little bit, yeah.
it almost doesn't matter as long as it's dark.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go.
What time is it? Oh, you were saying you had to go at 3.
15 till 3, so I'm better, yeah.
All right, girls, we're gonna jump into our bird here in a minute. So what I'm doing is I'm throwing down a little bit of a darker value in between this so that you can tell that this is,
What, darling?
Okay.
so right here,
You can
We-
do.
we've instantly
Be
made
back tomorrow.
3 different values.
Yes, I'll be back.
So the dark, the
I
cobalt
don't
green
wanna
and
not put your phone number and
the
stuff,
light
or
like
we don't see each other.
Right, so
Oh, yeah, great.
what I did there, I mean, these are a little gray. You could add a little bit more green to them. But you can see the value. You have dark, which is holes. You don't have anything in it. Then you got this little bit lighter, but because you can start to see that there's plants. You could even have a 3rd layer if you wanted to.
Okay.
And I know I probably have lots of different layers. But then you're gonna have your lightest layers on top.
Okay, so I didn't have the mid layer in.
Okay, so there you go. That's all, that's what, go ahead and do that and you'll be good. Oops, oops.
Well, did we actually put in the mid-layer through there?
Well, I did. We were talking about what we were doing down in here. But,
Because I wondered about that up there, about a mid-layer.
right. Okay, let me see. Now, Joanne, you had a question?
Yeah, I just need, I think some help on the sky because I hate to move forward and the sky's really patchy.
Okay, you'll have to get up. Let me help you.
Yeah.
All right, good for you. That's my girl. Yeah, the thing is, what I'm finding more and more is people aren't just not using enough of the paint. So I'll show you in an area so you'll be able to. That's your. Okay, there's your. I'm gonna grab a little bit of titanium white that will instantly make it opaque. So I'm gonna knock it down.
It's just a real mess right around
Yeah, now that's gonna be, that means you're just gonna have to fix it with a larger brush, okay? I mean, sorry, a small brush. So if I get in here and just put enough paint, it'll do the coverage. I can tell the coverage is already, yours is not that bad. So even just using this brush, for, you can knock down the edges.
and go in like over the green stems and.
You can go and make them stronger, but I'm just going in here like this. You have probably what is your biggest problem is you've got different values. You've got a little bit of more titanium mixed in on the close aspects of this. But see, I'm just kind of knocking it down. It's not really adding more paint. You just have,
So how, is there any oil on the brush?
no, I'm just moving through. I'm just kind of knocking down the edges. It's really not that.
Well, I like it because I don't work that much, so it gets me out of
It's okay. What you had wasn't bad. I'm just kind of hitting it again. What it is, I'm probably using less pressure on my brush. I'm just barely tickling it. And if I start getting a little bit of pink out in there, that time I'm gonna stop.
I like the gradation of the color, but to me it's very,
It's not easy.
it's not.
If it was easy, everybody would be an artist. Actually, I'm teasing. It's not that hard once you see the technique. So you can get in here. So I'm using very tiny strokes and I'm using very little pressure on the brush. And I'm working up. The main problem that I've seen with people's backgrounds is they're not using enough paint and then they're not it's knocking it down. It's just not knocking the And so that looks a lot more smooth, right? You can see, so you can just go through the rest of it. If you need to add more paint, and then just very lightly with the softest brush you have, just knock it down. Okay. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
I like this one.
See, it starts to lift.
Yeah, you're working with some crap paint.
Yeah.
You're just working with crap paint, baby. It's hard.
It'll be better tomorrow, I'll dry it down.
Yeah, yeah. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into the bird, and I want to get that in a good place so that when we leave in an hour, we will be done. Thank God bless you. Thanks for taking care of Mama.
The team effort back here.
There you go. Okay, so Joylyn, you have a niece that is a Rainer, a Western Rainer. That's what we, I'm assuming that's the breed that you were talking about. Yeah. Okay. Now. I'm looking at the bird and I'm thinking of what do we need to do to the bird? How's everybody feeling with where they are at right now at this moment with their backgrounds?
Better, thank you.
Okay, so people are feeling pretty good about their backgrounds now, yes? Okay. Now I know that Paula was saying she needs some dry time. She's got a little bit of a different situation going on in her painting, and it's mainly because it's just not good paint. And she didn't know she had some stuff, and all her stuff that she moved with from Iowa did not make it to her house, so she doesn't know where it is. So all her good paints. So now my palette is a mess. But I don't really want to clean it up all the way because I happen to know that I'm going to need a lot of these colors. So I have to scrape off at least one area where I can start mixing yellows. I'm just going to kind of pull it away here. Scraping off a little spot to work in. Actually, I'm just going to take this because sometimes you just got to have a place to work. Throw this out. I can throw this out. You know, a song got just kind of popped in my head because this happens. Here's one of those little weird random things of Sue. It was the song, "Good night, ladies, good night."
That is random.
Yeah, I know, right? Why would that just like Yep, that just popped right in my head. It's a random Sue thing. Welcome to the crazy little place that is known as my head. All right, I'm just making a big hot mess here, trying to clean off an area. But I want to have one little tiny area that I can work in. Okay, I'm gonna put this right here. The bird. This is when you need your celadon if you have it. I'm going to use the green gold. It's very similar. The celadon is a wonderful color. That's the Charvine color. And I hope I'm saying that name correctly. I just assume that's how you say that French word.
That's always the way I thought.
And I never spoke French, nor do I have any, you know. So, the bird. Now, if you're
Every
dealing
time you
with,
say that, I get the little song. Bird is the word.
the bird, and the bird is the word. That's a really good episode of Family Guy. Well, Family Guy, it's a repeating piece of humor in Family Guy because that's like Peter's favorite song. So I am looking for my game salt. There we go. Because I think I'm out. Getting close.
I have some in my car.
Okay, I've got just a little bit here. I usually only travel with a really small amount, and I kind of like used it up. So I'm got all I need right now, and I probably will be fine for tomorrow too.
Or if anyone needs it, I got deodorant.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you guys have paper towels. I know I'm picking on your all's paper towels, but I appreciate it. They're the closest ones to me. The bird. Here we go, folks. I'm gonna make sure I have a really good clean brush. So dip it in some. Oh yeah, I was making this one. I was trying to clean this one off too. Might as well clean both of these off while I'm at it. I just want to tell you guys, I have seen so many people here working so hard on this, and y'all are doing amazing work. So kudos to you. I am going to go with, actually I'm going to go with Yellow Lake. It's the one that looks like the cad yellow, except it's transparent. I'm going to put some of that down first. And I'm going back down towards the abdomen of this bird. And I can see that it kind of barrels down here like this. All right, now I'm going to go, if you have your Celadon or green gold, you can go in here on the underneath belly of this bird. I like that.
I think I used that. Oh wait, you said Celadon?
You can use your Celadon. I'm going to actually grab a little bit of my cad yellow because I don't like how this paint's behaving. There we go. Got it. So the cad yellow is going to help with the opacity. There's a little bit of, I think, a burnt sienna-ish color to this. So I'm putting a little burnt sienna in with my green gold, believe it or not. Yep, there we go.
And green gold being the Celadon.
Celadon, it's the same as your, it's very similar to your Celadon.
So that gives kind of a rusty color.
The burnt sienna is rusty. I'm looking at this very lower part of the abdomen.
Right.
And I'm using the Celadon. I think that's the only color I used in my picture. But I'm looking at my photo reference, and that's how I'm changing it up a little bit. With a little bit of burnt sienna in the Celadon. And then I'm pulling some more of the cad yellow into that color. And the brush that I'm using happens to be a number 2 Evergreen Filbert.
So the cad yellow, is that on the underneath, or did you add that to your mixture here?
I first started with the Yellow Lake, but it wasn't behaving the way I wanted it to when I started adding the Celadon. So I started adding the cad yellow to it, and then it started to do what I wanted it to do.
You added the cad yellow to the Celadon.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So where are you putting the burnt sienna?
Right here in this lower abdomen part, just a little bit in there. It's just a little tiny bit.
It's into the Celadon.
And I mixed it in with that Celadon, just a little bit. I know that I'll hit it again tomorrow, but I'm just wanting to get that initial coat down.
Sorry,
Just
Drew.
gonna use just
No, take as much as you want.
because we just probably need it.
I'll probably never use it again.
And I am going over this part of his wing, also with the Celadon, and going up. And I know I'll be brushing it over the top too, but I don't want to do that yet because I don't want it to make a mess, and I just made a mess, so we're taking that off. Now I'm washing my brush off. Going back in with the yellow, cad yellow. Remember, the cad yellow is an opaque color. Cleaning brushes, clean, 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 clean. Eek.
Did you paint under that bird's face already too? or is that-
Nope, I have, my bird's face is a big hot mess.
Okay.
Hadn't done a thing. Now, when I move my brush, I'm oftentimes kind of creating that same, like here on the breast of this bird, I am moving with the shape that the breast is. So I will go, you know, around. So if you can see my actual brush strokes, they should be going in that same direction as the chest. So I'm even rolling the edge. Now I can't I've got that little bit of that edge, and it's actually a little tiny bit darker. And I'm gonna take a little bit of Indian yellow, and I'm gonna take a little tiny, I mean, like we're talking a smidge of black. And I am making a color that's very close to yellow ochre.
Are you?
Yeah, you can take yellow ochre. I just wanted to not have to squirt it out. So I'm going in here right close to the edge of this bird. Because I have that wet edge, that the blue wet edge there.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to just barely hit it.
So that's Indian yellow and cad yellow?
Yes,
Cad yellow light?
yes,
Is Indian the orangey one?
yes.
Yeah, it's.
And this is a really nice color, by the way.
The right one, it's the, it's the dark orange.
And I'm doing this darker color, just like and I'm going to the back or the nape of this bird's head. Going across where his eye is. Now, I'm not getting, remember where I scraped out that part of his,
I got it. There, I've got it. Okay.
Sorry, Suzanne, you said scrape out what?
no, you don't have to scrape out. It's where I tried to scrape out the back of his head here, and you can still sort of see where the green was. It's a little bit, I'm not getting the coverage that I want, and I keep adding a little bit more of the cad yellow. I'm just trying to get the coverage right now. That's what I'm really trying to do. How are you all doing today? Are you as tired today as you were yesterday? Not as. Are you more tired? I would think that today would be a little bit easier than yesterday. That's my guess.
I feel like it's cooking along.
Good.
Yeah. Yesterday seemed harder with those birthdays.
Right.
I was didn't sleep well the night before yesterday. Yeah,
Right.
Thursday night, so I think for a very good day.
Yeah, it's always true.
And I still don't have it dark enough down here on the abdomen of this bird. So I am going to actually I'm going to take a little bit of, again, of the Indian yellow, take a little tiny bit of ivory black. Let's see if I can get this. Still not. There we go. I think we got it now. Yeah, we do. Okay, I know this looks really drastic, but I took cad yellow light, Indian yellow, and ivory black, okay? It looks very, very dark. But this is what I'm putting down here on this part of the abdomen. Remember, we are going to be layering colors up, but some of this has to be pretty dark.
Is it kind of equal parts of that yellow light and Indian yellow, or is it?
The cad yellow light is going to be the one that has the opacity. So you kind of have to, you got to use more of the cad yellow
Okay.
because you're adding an ivory black too.
Yeah, I'm still seeing pencil lines.
Right. And we will be hitting it again tomorrow, so it's not like it's.
Is that to go like on the back of his neck and down his back? Is that what that is?
If you see it there and around the nape of his neck and down right over here on his shoulders, yes.
Thank you.
And I keep trying, and I keep picking up more of this dang green, and I don't mean to do it. I'm going to take just the prettiest, purest of the yellow that I can get and put it on my end of my brush and cover the middle of his little head.
I'm sorry for all my questions.
No, that's how we learn.
What if my paint is not opaque enough and it's streaky and brushy?
Try to put the majority of your paint, if you're running into streakiness, try to work on the opacity. So if the streakiness, if you're in a light area, try to use a little bit more cad yellow.
Okay.
Or if it's an air, you know, you have to add titanium white. Right now, I am just kind of loading color on in a way that it's almost like I'm doing a direct method of painting. And by direct method of painting, I mean I am putting down what I see and I'm not really depending on the blend at this point. I am just popping the color in. And it's close to the actual color that it is. Does that make sense? So I'm not worrying about layering. I'm just throwing down as much cad yellow as I can on the front of this bird's chest. As thick as I can get it, because I need that color to be pure. Just like I did on the top of his little crest, his little head.
And that's cad yellow, not cad yellow light.
It is cad yellow light, I think. Yeah. And I'm also going in the direction his body goes. So if it goes in a downward, slightly circular stroke, try to emulate. My bill's still all messed up, y'all. I'm looking at his bill. My bill doesn't look like Anne's bill.
Yeah, Bill in.
She's like the bill girl today. All right,
I'm so afraid of bills.
well, that's because I instilled that fear in you. I did. I made her fearful of the bill.
That doesn't look like
You don't
a
like feet, and you're afraid of bills.
Yeah, bird feet. Just feet in general are weird. They're weird. I mean, we gotta have them, right? But I'm glad I have them. Okay, so we can't do everything that I want to do.
It's really hard to pull back.
Yep.
When you want to finish and it's too wet or something.
Yep.
It's really hard.
And I'm loading even more paint again down here. Okay, I'm looking at this underneath area where his rump is and all that stuff, and I'm not really happy with it. So, I am taking a little bit of our sky color, and it just happened that that's what I just grabbed because it will make a good gray for me. And I'm putting raw umber in it. Put a little bit of ultramarine blue. Let's see if that'll do it.
What are you?
Nope.
What are you mixing?
I'm mixing the rump color. See how the background and right under the rump is darker than the background. But we know that it's white because that part of the bird's white. But I'm taking a little, I'm actually mixing a dark gray. I'm trying to get my color correct and I'm not getting it. Here we go. There we go, that's better.
So the rump is under the bottom of the wing?
Yep, it's that white area, that very, so since I have values that are very close to each other, my, my under rump, because you know that's what we're calling it today, the under rump. I just invented that word, it's a good word, the under rump. I want to have to change that other value. I can't have my values that close to each other. I'm going to go down to here. And I just added ivory black, which seems like a funny, weird thing to do, but I needed it to do. Okay. That means if I did that, I'm going to go in there and change a little bit of the area underneath his rump to either lighten the value, because I can't have my values be that close. You know me. I may add some of the blue sky, because I know I did that here also. So I may make a window right here.
You can use the yellow ochre on the back of his head and his neck.
Yep, you sure can. If you see it, go ahead and put it in. I just was being lazy and didn't feel like putting it on. To know the truth.
It's a pass off too, but I wouldn't.
I don't like
The
that.
confidence in there this weekend. Confidence at its best this weekend.
Join the club.
So the rump is ultramarine blue, black, and anything else?
Any way you can come up with a nice dark gray under here, because I'm getting ready to lift it up, meaning I'm going to start going lighter now. But I needed the base of it to be so watch, I'll just go ahead and start bringing it up a little bit. But I needed the immediate underneath of it to be really dark. But it's still very dark right in here. Then I'm just going to slowly fade it up into that. And that comes down again more than I have it. Here, let's see. But I'm having that streaky thing going on in my bird, okay? So I don't want everybody to think that you guys are alone in the streak. I'm streaking with you. There you go. I am streaking with you, ladies.
Feel your streaky.
Yeah, because you know.
That's driving.
I know. Sometimes it is. And yeah, this bird has feet, by the way. Bird feet. Weirdo bird feet.
Why do they have feet?
I am going to go a little bit sharper with my tail. I'm going to use a smaller brush and define my tail a little bit better and the wings a little bit better. One of the things I may be doing, y'all, is to use an opaque black. Does anybody know a good opaque black?
Lamp.
Yep, I like lamp. Actually, that is exactly what I'm going for here, folks. And the reason I want this opaque black is I want those wings solid and opaque, and so I actually put my lamp black. Does anybody need some?
Yeah, but my black looks really okay.
Okay, I know you don't have a good opaque black.
Isn't that beautiful?
There you go. And your wing does look pretty opaque though.
Yeah, I get it.
Do you have lamp black? Mm-hmm. Anybody else need opaque?
I need a TV. Thank you.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I have to use some too.
Yep. I'm gonna put it right here. Joanne, look. Right there.
Thank you, wonderful.
I'll put some on you too. Uh-huh.
Maybe I should have.
Does anybody, do you need any of this? Jenny, opaque black? No, you're good? Okay, yes, sir.
Is it the lamp one?
Yes.
Right. I have that.
Now that's gonna probably be good for the eye too. That's my phone. Makes me look like I have droopy drawers. Okie doke. Okay, I'm looking around on my thing. I was gonna go ahead and sharpen up some of my feathers on the wing and the tail with the opaque black. Now, I am actually looking at the wing tips, and I'm going to turn this just a little bit, my reference, so I can see it, because I had to glare. And then this goes up a little bit. You know, you have two sides of this bird's wings. You have his left wing and his right wing. And you can see the wing tips, the primary feathers kind of showing there. Got that in. This goes this way. And I have to move some of my stuff because I had to. I'm just looking at the black underneath his tail area. Now, since I have to change a little bit of the value on behind him, because I have that black, I'm going to go ahead and put a little green in, a lighter value.
You're putting a lighter value on the
Behind the wings.
foliage.
Right, and I'll figure it out later. I just have to be able to see the wingtips. Now, it looks weird at first, but it's going to help me figure out, and I can always diffuse that weird little shape that I just made, but I wanted it to make sense so I can see where his wingtips are. And
Those are the top wingtip.
on his primary feathers on his wings, you'll see those little black tips right above his tail.
Yeah.
Those are his wingtips.
Okay, sorry, I skipped the tail.
So now I'm going to diffuse that. And I'll worry about that tomorrow because I don't know what I'm looking at yet. If that makes sense. And while I have this little short brush out, I'm still trying to get this lower part of his abdomen to make sense. Not the right color. So what is everybody doing tonight? Nothing. Resting. Resting.
Gonna meet a girlfriend, we're gonna go for a walk.
Nice.
3-mile walk. And,
You're a good little walker, you are.
yeah, gotta keep that weight off. Yeah. It'll be easy to gain it all back. That's not gonna happen.
Good for you. Yeah, I'll get back on track.
It's harder. I mean, it's hard when you go away on a weekend or have an occasion or something. It's hard to get back on track.
I know.
It is.
Okay, I'm looking. I'm feeling pretty good. Except for his beak, because, well, we already know. I mean, there's a lot to his head that has to be done. I'm not attacking the feet. I'm going to probably establish this little thing he's standing on a little bit more. And I'm just going to suggest it kind of comes down like here. And then add some lighter values on the top portion of it.
So what's on Netflix besides Dog?
That's a good question.
I know. Hannah was trying to get me to watch that, and I said, Hannah, I remember when that happened. I don't need to watch a movie that has.
Those glasses are back in style.
Yeah.
Which ones?
His glasses.
The Dahmer glasses?
Yes.
The 70s, like, what are we, like serial killer, pedophile kind of glasses?
Are they
Yeah.
like John Lennon?
They're
No, they're
kind of aviator-ish.
It's like what our dads wore in the 70s.
Yeah.
They used to call them welfare glasses, kind of.
Welfare
Yeah,
glasses.
'cause they're back in.
Yeah.
Did you all watch the show?
No, I can't watch it.
Yeah,
Shows like that are,
it's gross.
At Chase.
It's amazing. Yeah.
father, Mr. Donner, I mean, if that guy doesn't get from county, I thought he was.
He's very much like his real dad. We've seen interviews with his real father and it, yeah,
And I understand you really feel for his dad
you do.
Yeah.
in this
and he
show
wasn't
because he
very-
really tried to raise them to be, you know, as well as he could be during the time that, you know, and you have people that, I mean, did he have a tolerance for his sexuality or was that ever addressed?
I don't think this was as much about sexuality as it was that he had merged his pleasure sensors with taxidermy at a very young age. So he really, there's a disease where people get almost compulsively addicted to the viscosity of medical things, clinical medical. Yeah.
So he was a taxidermy kid?
Yeah.
Was acting out of a lot of guilt because he really wasn't present when he was a kid. And the mother was insane.
And I guess the father is the one who helped him start taxidermy, so I suppose you are a little guilt about that.
But they could stop and get roadkill off the road.
I asked Matt. We've done that before, haven't we, sweetheart? All right, Matt wasn't even in, well, he was kindergarten because I was driving you to school. And he said, we said there was a dead raccoon on the side of the road. And Matt said, did you see that dead raccoon, Mom? I said, I did. And I was so proud that my son had noticed some good roadkill, you know? And he says, it better not be in the freezer when I get home. I said, dang.
Stew kids.
Well, it's just that I used to get things like that, and I used them as learning tools.
Alrighty then.
But it's pretty scary when your son says, it better not be in the refrigerator when I get home. I was like, don't worry, son, it won't be.
Wow.
But I thought that was hilarious. Gotta love.
Glad you're still with us, Matt.
Yeah.
He's just always trying to keep his mom honest.
Don't run anything back.
And then there was that time I was taking you to tennis lessons.
Yeah, 2 weeks I took tennis lessons.
Yeah, well, I was taking you to tennis lessons, and there was a beautiful, beautiful otter right on Riverport Road, just been hit. And I was like, I'd never seen an otter in the wild, so my opportunity to get close to a dead one was too good to pass up. So we stopped. But then I kept thinking, how am I going to get this home? And I said, I've got to can't sit in the back of my car for an hour or 2 hours while Matt takes his tennis lesson because I have basically the same type of car that I have now, which means the trunk is open to the back. And I had to pass on it. And yeah, I know. I called Bays Mountain to let them know. I also called the Tennessee Wildlife Authorities because there was a time when they were actually taking inventory or census on certain types of livestock or wildlife. And I didn't know, but they said, that the otter is so common now that they don't take, they don't take census on them anymore. Which is good. That's a good problem. Meaning, yeah, you can have dead ones. It doesn't matter. We stopped counting them because there's so many.
You got enough live ones.
Right. So, but when I came back, we drove back. Somebody picked it up. So I was hoping that Bays Mountain had gotten it for us. That's a learning tool right there. They do a freeze-dried type of taxidermy, and they use it as teaching aids, which you gotta kind of have to appreciate. All right, guys, I am just kind of popping in little holes where I might feel like I need a hole in my foliage. You can decide if you need one. You may say, I don't need one. I might put one there. And I know we're getting close. How's everybody feeling about this one?
Better.
Okay, good.
Better.
Good. I actually think that we got further on this because I don't think I got as much done on the base of my other one. Yeah, I didn't even have any of this filled in. So since I feel like I got further along on my goldfinch, I may want to fill in some of my bottom. I don't know where everybody else stands, but I don't have the bottom of this filled in. I've got paint on all surfaces here, knowing full well this is going to be easy to finish tomorrow. This one, not so much. I've got to fill this in a little bit. If you guys are also in that same place, like I'm looking at, Joanne has got paint on all her surfaces. So does Jenny, so does Diana. You're like me.
Yeah.
How are you on your bird? Yeah, I'm gonna, because at this point, I'm pretty much where I need to be on goldfinch. So if you don't care, I'm gonna switch modes.
Okay,
Is everybody else
sure.
kind of thinking that might work for them too?
Whatever you want. I just got.
Well, I just don't have enough done on the other. So I'm gonna take this off.
Can we have a second to read it? Like,
You sure
I
can.
got mine.
I'm gonna set this down if anybody needs to come back here and take a look. And you might feel really good about yours once you see that mine is, you know, I've got kind of weird sky too. I've got a lot of the same things you're having is in mine too.
Sue, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go just because
Okay.
I'm crazy. I don't know why, but so better. Oh, I'm gonna break my ankle tomorrow. Jamie, thank you for letting me.
Very happy.
Thank you for giving me this thing.
Okay.
Oh, friends are
That was the star.
Oopsie.
I got a lot to do tomorrow.
But you've got paint on all your
I
surfaces.
do.
And that's good.
And the more I touch it, the more it comes off. So-
Okay. I'm just gonna, because I feel like I had the bird and this part pretty well established. I just don't have paint on all my surfaces, and I feel like I need to comfortably be able to push this tomorrow to get this done.
So if we do have paint on all our surfaces, what do you recommend we do?
You do whatever you think you need to do so that you know, like whatever piece you feel like you have that's got, yeah, so you do have paint on all your surfaces. You did good. I didn't get that much done.
I don't know which one I should stick with.
I'm gonna leave that to you. If you feel like you need to jump onto the other one, like I feel like I need to, or else I'll be pushing you guys tomorrow and I won't have it done. So,
I'll switch too, but this one's so wet.
and,
I might tap too.
okay. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie.
We're 9 a.m. tomorrow.
9 a.m. tomorrow, bright and early, ready to rock and roll.
Flowers are lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna switch modes.
Is there anything we can help you with here in the studio before we go?
No, we're good. We are good. We are good in the neighborhood. Okay. So, I mean, what I'm going to do is really not that much. I just want to have something down.
Everybody else is on the same thing.
I'm just not very good at this. Oh, it's great for that. I'll show you what I have.
I look forward to it. Hopefully when this is all done, maybe we'll put down the date for a girls outing in the studio or something.
You should see
The post
her
reception.
marsh scene. I wish you had a picture of to show the marsh piece that you did.
Which one?
You have done a couple. What was the one that I was like crazy about the most? And then every time you do one, I think, no, this is gonna be my new favorite one. That's how I thought about the water one. The last one,
Waterfall.
I said this one might be my new favorite.
Well, the
creek,
a lot of golf
the creek.
courses that are in my husband's office. A
Oh,
lot of golf holes, these.
I've seen one of those, and were you guys at, is that when you were at Pebble Beach?
Yeah, beautiful.
But then there have been several.
Yeah.
Well, as of December, every year I have my art collection, part of it, and I was supposed to move a good part of it here this year, but I'm just not gonna have space for it all. But my advisor said that I'm light on tradition. So this year it's been, I got to collect some landscapes and some wildlife and a few portraits. I have no portraits, so I look forward to seeing them.
She did a really neat one that of her husband on the beach with the dogs. And it was, I guess that was Christmas one year.
Yeah, and I did it today.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
she did it so fast. It was just like waiting to come out. Like she just did it. It was cool.
I just don't, this is hard for me, obviously.
That's all right.
I mean, you're doing a great
The
job.
picture of him was the back of him, and it was, just like three colors, wasn't it?
Right, but you knew this person, you know?
Right.
And you knew that you don't have to have the details if you get the nuance, you know? And then it was also the reflective part of the water, and it was
I
good.
never saw that one finished, I wish I did.
Oh, it's an amazing piece. All right, I may actually sign this one too, so I'll have the signature already wet in
I wish I
laid.
could be bold enough to do that, but I always figure I have butts with it more.
Well, that's not to say I won't be doing it, I just won't be doing it in the spot that I signed.
Right. The afternoon's gone too fast.
Yeah.
The time just flies.
Yeah, I'm not ready to start.
But know that tomorrow, come and be prepared bright and early to come in and bust your butt to get it done. But
What time is it?
just get here at 9 o'clock, but be ready. You can get here a little bit earlier than 9. You just got to get here early enough to be able to, you want to finish your pieces.
Okay, so Food City side door or the other side?
Tomorrow, there is no farmer's market, so wherever you want to. Just know, like, if what I try to do is to prop the door, if you can get in, whichever door you can get in.
Right.
If I get the doors open, then I'll have them propped. Otherwise, I may have to still come down and get you out, to get you in, so.
All right. Well, it's all good. But I might come at maybe 8:45. We'll see.
Time is. Have a good walk, Joanne.
Oh, thanks. And I'm not promising, I might have a glass of wine tonight. Is that bad?
No, it's not bad at
I
all.
don't think it's bad.
Having one right now.
In fact, it might be mandatory. It might be mandatory.
I always actually do better work after drinking wine. I really do.
It loosens your lips.
I'm not so.
Exactly.
Oh,
It's not like the end of the world.
Yeah.
So did you put green down?
On the base here,
Yeah.
I just used, again, a transparent type of color with umber and a little bit of green. It doesn't matter, as long as it's semi-transparent. And the reason I do that is so I can manipulate it.
Sap green?
Yeah. Because now I'll have to go in and do all the little fine things here. Lots of fine things in here.
We still have time to paint.
I'm sorry?
We still have time to paint.
Well, I'm gonna paint till 4 o'clock.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 20 minutes till 4.
Okay, good.
So I am using this time because I wanted to catch mine up to where some of, everybody else's was. Because I thought, I'm not gonna get this done if I don't. And Abby, you weren't at the last workshop,
Yeah.
but I was really cracking the whip at the end, trying to get everybody to the place where they can be done.
You're right.
And that's tough. I was really cracking the whip. I was,
Ripping.
ripping through it, pushing, like, do this now, now. Get this done.
We were all sweating bullets.
It's just like, oh, I hope she doesn't come near me. Please don't let her come sit near me.
Here, give me your brush.
It was serious.
I just want to have everybody finished.
Well, the pieces were so big too.
Right.
So it was-
And I didn't want to leave anybody behind, you know?
Yeah, and you didn't. You're insane. It was hard. It was definitely corn.
Corn is hard.
It was hard.
Corn is hard.
Make that in my head all the time.
You guys probably didn't watch that corn.
Oh,
video.
Matt says that's like a famous one.
It is so cute.
It's corn and it's got the juices.
It is so good. It is so cute. And then they made it into music, and I can't get it out of my head. No, he's adorable. It's cone.
It's the corn boy.
I can't, and he goes, I can't think of anything more beautiful. He's so cute. I don't know if you guys know what we're talking about. This is viral video, and at art classes we have a joke that corn is hard because we were doing corn stalks.
Oh, yes.
And so we're just like, anytime something hard is hard, we say it's corn.
Corn is hard.
But this is a story you had to be there.
Or rocks are hard. Or rocks are hard.
Our rocks are, yeah. Thank you, Matt.
She knows the words, Matt. That's the funny part. It has the juice. The fact that we're listening to this is just,
There
it's
are
cool.
like 80 million views on this thing. What? It's like so many people have watched this video. The kid is so adorable.
Because he's enthusiastic about corn.
And he really
His enthusiasm for corn is genuine. You know,
his
he's,
grandmother, someone's in the background laughing her butt off.
well,
Thank you, Matt. You made my day. Maggie's doing the corn dance. I love it. Well, you guys didn't comment on it, so I'm like, they obviously didn't watch the corn video.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Annie. Yeah.
We just didn't. I
I
just
didn't
let you
either.
down on
Yeah.
the whole corn thing.
It's so cute. Okay, changing,
Julia wants to know where do you get your frames and what are they called?
Where I get my what?
Frames.
that's a set.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so this is a thing. Both Ann and I are in, and anybody who's bought frames, I don't know, did you ever get a frame too, Reeves? When Dennis would come around?
Never, always missing.
Okay, so I used to have a guy named Dennis that would come and I'd get my frames wholesale. Then I hooked Ann up with him too, and so we were getting we thought we were like in Clover.
Yeah.
We were in Clover, man. We had the best source for wholesale frames, and we were informed that he is going out of business and retiring,
He retired and the company's out of business.
and the company's out of business. And
Wow.
I'm thinking, what? No.
I don't know what Ben Franklin's gonna do.
Right, because Ben Franklin's would get them from him too. We may have to ask Ben Franklin, who are you getting your frames from now? And maybe we can get on that guy's list. Because we no longer have our wholesale supplier, and I kind of got spoiled into buying frames, not on
They
whole.
were beautiful.
Beautiful frames, amazing stuff. Not anymore. So, unfortunately, I don't have a place anymore.
That's a good question, Suzanne.
Yep.
I'm gonna dig.
We're gonna have to find another source.
And it's kind of bleak out there.
Yeah. It is. It most certainly is.
But I do kind of have a stockpile also.
Yeah.
I ordered so many, I'm like,
But that's kind of one of those things, like now you want to make the frames that you have count for something. Like,
last, yeah.
yeah,
Make them, use them for something good.
I know. Okay, so I'm just going on the bottom and I'm getting just whatever interesting little pieces of, I just wanted to get paint on all my surfaces before I ended up today on this one. And I knew I hadn't yesterday, so thank you for indulging me on this.
Thank you.
I am going in with a deeper brown. I'm going to mix a little cad in that. Now you're going to sing your corn song?
Yeah.
There you go.
I was working with a millennial, I guess she's at work, and she's like, have you heard the corn song?
And you were like,
I'm
what?
like,
You say, I know corn is hard, but I didn't know it had its own song.
So I was so excited.
And he's like, I love this song. It's my new favorite song.
I told her, I said, you don't understand what corn means to us Americans.
Yeah, and you're like, and they're like, wow.
Yeah.
You people in Roan Mountain need to get out more.
Exactly. Corn.
But that was a cool painting. And so for
Thank you.
so for folks who are listening to our conversation here,
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
you know what? Okay, so Anne was doing a painting for a friend for Christmas, and it was her two boys. Was it her children?
Her children, yeah.
Were running through a corn maze, and it was the back of two little boys running through a corn maze. So the concept was we wanted the corn that was in the far distance to look, you know, off in the distance. So we had to learn how to, you know, cool down our temperature and lighten our values up a little bit in the distance. But as the corn came, you know, got closer to the viewer, it had to get sharper focus, and then you can actually, yeah.
Think of how many corn cobs are in a corn maze.
So she was in here. This was kind of early on. It was after Elsa, but it was. I'm trying to remember the time frame, but it was early in your painting.
Yeah.
And she kept saying, "Corn is hard.
Whining.
Corn is so hard." And so it became kind of like a meme for us. It's just kind of like, yeah, we were talking. Yeah, corn's hard. If we're having a difficult day, yeah, corn's hard. Corn's hard, and it may not make sense to other people. But we get it, so corn's hard, y'all.
Yeah.
Corn's hard.
Corn maze. Corn's hard.
Corn.
But every time I have corn, I'm really happy.
And you think, oh, corn's so hard. It's good.
It's good.
It's got juices and
It's the
stuff.
most beautiful thing.
It's one of the most beautiful things, but it's hard. And there you go, folks. Corn is hard. We do have a lot of fun painting together, y'all. We do have a lot of fun.
We do. I have that.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better now that I've got some more paint in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of a roughing in here, and then I'm going to.
Julian said that both paintings, but the one with the thistle is my absolute favorite.
Oh, well,
She
good.
said that thistle was her favorite.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you like it.
Is she painting along?
Are you painting too, Joylyn? You'll have to let us know. We kind of want to see your work now.
Yeah.
You're going to have to show us what you're working on. All right, I'm going to put a little green on my stick.
She's kind of a ghost in the class.
Yeah, she was in the last one too.
I feel like she's here, but we just don't know her.
We don't see her.
I know. Do you hear that, Joylyn? It's like she's here. It's like she's right here with us. It sounds like we're having a seance. It's almost like she's right here with us. Calling on Jolene. Ring the bell. She's gonna be like, oh goodness. Maybe this crowd may just be a little too out there.
So how far is where she lives from here?
How far away do you live, Joylyn? I know you told us you live in Georgia, right? But where? Like, what's the distance from where you live to where we are in Kingsport, Tennessee?
To come next time.
Yeah, you really should. Let's see what she says. I'm just getting that little stick in, making it a little bit messier so it's cool looking. Is everybody doing good?
Yeah.
Having a big time? Living life and loving
Because
it?
this ends in a day.
Huh?
I'm feeling sad because this ends in a day.
Well, that makes me happy that it makes you happy when you're here. I mean, yeah. But let me ask you honestly your question, and you can be honest, because you know there's going to be a survey that will go out to you in email. But do you feel like you learned something when you're taking this workshop?
Definitely.
Or do you just feel like you just painting? It's just like another day.
No, I like it because of the mixing of the colors. That's something I
Okay.
still need to learn. So it's so neat to see a color come about that I didn't know.
Okay. That's good. That's good. All right. I mean, hopefully you're getting something out of this.
Absolutely.
So if you were to want to have another workshop that you wanted to attend in the near future, do you have a subject matter you want to cover?
Water.
Huh?
Water.
Okay, that was mentioned too. That has been mentioned a lot, was water. Because I know Joanne wants to do koi. And, but I don't feel like I can make a whole workshop just on koi. But I was trying to think of what other water related something. If some,
Rivers or waterfalls or
Do like a deer
marshes like
running through a creek.
what did you say?
A deer running through a creek, like with the ocean or water.
I have to be careful because I don't want to mix too much. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and that's kind of a neat idea too.
Paint an otter.
That's what Susan Everett wants, is an otter. She had mentioned that too because that was her favorite animal. But I want to try to do. I've got to think about it.
how about landscapes?
Yeah.
A landscape would be a fun, probably well-attended workshop because it's a little bit more general. And that might be a landscape and including things that you might not or normally include in a landscape,
How
or
about a cow landscape?
a pastoral type scene.
Yes.
That's an idea.
That's my next project.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to suggest that because I'll probably miss the next one.
Well, I get that, but I'm just saying it will maybe be an upcoming workshop.
That would be great.
Because I'm wanting to get to a place where I can do a workshop like this every 4 months.
Yeah.
And I may, if it works out that I actually fill them, then I may stretch it to 3 months, would get four a year versus 3 a year.
Yeah, like a cow pastoral barn, like Reese was saying, hay thing.
Okay.
You know, like
Would anybody else be interested in that type of thing?
That's just
Yeah, like some cows under a big beautiful tree or something.
Okay.
bells and hay.
Yeah.
So pastoral type landscapes. Stuff you'd see in East Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I was driving home last night and saw all these cows out in this beautiful field, and I was like, that would be such a beautiful painting.
There you go. All right. Jerry, what do you think?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm curious to know what you think though about that.
I'm still doing pet stuff, so.
Okay. I mean, I was also taught a workshop at the Booth Art Museum. It got canceled during COVID.
I remember that.
And it was going to be a pet portrait one, and I was going to do a cat and a dog. The thing, what was going to be difficult was they were encouraging people to bring their own pets' photo references. And I'm thinking to myself, I got a big nightmare with that one.
Yeah.
And I won't say I was disappointed. I mean, of course I was disappointed that the workshop got canceled, but part of me was almost like, if I had to cancel one, that was the one, I wasn't looking forward to having everybody painting something completely different and me having to work a room and try to get around a room and fix it, so,
I wouldn't be interested in that one,
right.
but not that average, but. Yeah, cows and barns, and what else is pastoral?
Sheep,
Sheep.
yeah, this would be a good, you know, it's interesting to hear what people would like to have as,
I would love that one. Like that cow you did, was so beautiful.
yeah, but I don't even know a
The
word.
Reeves cow, beautiful.
Reeves cow?
Sheep.
She's a sheep.
Oh, I'm sorry, sheep.
Her cow was so nice.
It was so nice.
I love your cow.
It's so nice it never even happened.
That sheep was easier than these birds.
Really? Sorry about that. It's not like I saw it today. I loved it.
Just going in and just kind of cleaning up some of my edges and some of the stuff I did yesterday.
I'd love to do a bull.
The painting that Reeves did the other day with the. The
A
river
bull?
and all that,
A wolf.
I would like to do that
Yeah.
too.
I've done a wolf workshop.
You see,
That
I
was
mean, your
Yeah,
sister-in-law.
sorry, I missed that one.
that was in
Already have that.
Georgia.
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to get to it anyway.
Right.
Well, we could come
That
to
must have
it
been a ride.
there, or we could do.
That
it
was
there.
in Conyers, Georgia.
And I have one behind my house too. Those are just pictures.
Do you?
Creek, yeah. At my studio.
Yes. Oh, yeah, the one that, yeah.
We were
See,
so
they did
cold
that
when you
one.
guys were there, yeah. That was great. So yeah, Suzanne, like, East Tennessee streams and rivers and
Okay.
water cast, like Reeves painting, her last one.
And do 2 9x12s. We'll do it after you get back. If we're gonna do landscapes, we'll try to do that. If I do one in April, it would be May, June, July, August. So, well, I am going to, I need to come up with my plan for the next workshop, and they need it right away, so we'll be partnering with,
Is that in March?
no, it'll probably be in April.
Because Lisa Hanson wants to know.
Okay, good.
She hates not being here.
Yeah, we hate not having
She
her.
texts every day. I'm like,
Will we miss her?
yeah, I know.
She did so well at the last workshop. Now, for those who don't know Lisa was one of my students that was my online student. And she's also one of Anne's friends. And she lives in a couple places. She lives in Maryland and North Carolina. But anyway, she's a very, very talented artist.
Just doesn't know it.
She did really well.
She did.
Now, is Lisa watching?
She's gonna watch, yeah.
Okay, well, then she'll know we're talking about her.
Right.
Geez, it's a good thing we didn't say anything bad.
Well, she's coming to Maggie Valley Monday, and she wants to do a flyby for an art class
Oh,
this month.
she's coming by Monday, so when does she want to come do a flyby?
She just said she would.
Can she come with you next Wednesday?
I'll ask her.
Have her come on Wednesday.
She said she'd love to see us and drive in another day, and
Then tell you guys just come earlier on Wednesday, and we'll make a
Let's do
day.
that. Can I come?
Yes.
of course.
We'll just, instead of just saying from 3 to 5, try to come a little bit earlier so it can be, there's time for entertain, you know
Yeah.
how it usually is.
Merriment.
Yeah, merriment. So there'll be some merriment.
She is one of my
I just thought of something. Well, never mind.
Well, when she retires, she will, well, not close to this.
but closer.
It's
Okay. Thank you, Matt.
She would be so.
I know Matt's tired too.
for that.
You tell me when,
Get
Matt?
off of people. There's an ease.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just like this.
Well, folks,
She's a good.
it is 4 o'clock here in East Tennessee. You can paint a little bit longer, but I'm going to sign off on the on our live stream. So, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you got a little something out of the video and the live stream. And again, look into my membership on my YouTube channel. Through the membership, I've got all kinds of fun perks and different tiers for my membership. And my ultimate tier on the YouTube membership allows me to get with you in a sense that we can talk about your pieces that you're working on. So if you're having trouble with a piece and you need to send me a picture, need a little critique on it to try to bring it around, you need to check out my ultimate YouTube membership. And if you like to have more of a mentor, you can also check out my, and you like the live real-time teaching videos, check out my Patreon channel. In both places, we will be doing more live streams that are only for members and Patreon members. So if you like this sort of thing, definitely join either Patreon and or my YouTube membership, okay? So come back tomorrow, we will at 9 o'clock, and we will be wrapping these two pieces up tomorrow. I will be cracking the whip, everybody's gonna be working really hard, but I think we're actually in a good place with these two pieces. And I think it's gonna not be so bad. I think we're gonna just run into this very smoothly and be able to knock this out. So until next time from Kingsport, Tennessee, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.